Good morning, traders. Welcome to Blue Sky Live's day trading stream. Today is October 23rd, 2025. The time is 8:25 a.m. We're about 5 minutes away from market open. We've had some great overnight moves on the NASDAQ. Overnight low on NASDAQ is 24,937. We've got a breakout level at 25,409 and a breakdown level at 24,651. For our gold traders out there, we've got a breakout level of 4,230, overnight low of 4,079, and a breakdown level of 3,967. If you're looking for my levels, you can pop into our Discord, and that's where you can get my levels as well as lots of other great informative information if you're a new trader looking to start your day trading career here at Blue Sky. That's right, guys. Blue Sky Funding. We've got some fantastic launch plans on sale for $49 and $59. We've also got our holiday promotions going on that we've got our meme contest. So if you guys are looking for a free account and an opportunity, then jump in the meme contest and submit those funnies. Hope to see our community members that have a great sense of humor submit those. Also, we've got our Blue Sky Fry Tough Funded Challenge. That's right, guys. Over $1,000 up for grabs to prove what trader is the best trader. So hope to see some of our fantastic traders in there, and good luck to you guys as well. And not to mention, today is Thursday. So don't forget, we got our awesome day trading class with our in-house coach, Coach Matt, after market close. So if you guys are looking for an opportunity to have a mentor and helping you learn how to day trade, then look no further. Check out our coach here after market close. That's a free class offered to our Blue Sky members. So what are you waiting for? Take advantage of those launch plans. Get in our day trading class. Meet your mentor and the rest of your Blue Sky team. Hope to see you in the Discord. I'm going to go ahead and jump in Discord and start working with the team members because they're waiting for us. Good luck to you in the market today. Let's have a great day. Let's make some money. Good morning, everyone. How y'all doing? Can you guys in Discord hear me? Morning, Cindy. Good morning. Golden? Tell me about it. Who sung some gold? Who's playing gold this morning? Look at that move on gold. It's ripping into the open. We got 2 minutes until open. Lewis's? All right. You're ready to start your day already. Call it a day early. I like it. You guys see my levels for NASDAQ. I've got a breakout level for NASDAQ at 25,409. Overnight low at 4,937. And a breakdown level at 24,651. Again, those gold levels for today will be, your breakout level will be at 4,230. First resistance will be at 4,165, which we're at right now. Your overnight low is 4,079. First level of support on gold will be 4,105. And your major breakdown level on gold will be 3,967. Dang, RQ. Solid, bro. I like that. I like that. We're a minute away from open, team. Yes, sir. Sorry, just get everything situated. You got 10 seconds. Ding, ding, ding. There's your opening bell. Good luck, team. I'll be giving you guys the morning imbalances here in just a second. Most of the imbalances are to the buy side right now, though. NQ is rejecting at 25.027. The market is trying to sell. Trying to push now. Tesla selling into the open. Well, that was real delayed. Oof. So data's kind of going slow. Why is that not clearing that? And keep pressing a 4 hour support resistance at 25.027. You've also got VWAP right there as well. I'm getting slow data warnings on Rhythmic right now. Yeah, I'm seeing that right now as well. I'm literally like just seeing that. Huh. You guys be careful if you guys are in trades, just, if we're having data feed problems like that, it could be indicative that you might be seeing some kind of other issue happening. Oh, nice. Let's take a look at gold and see what gold's doing right now. Rejected 4,166 on gold. Yeah, I am loving this now that, we got a bunch of other traders interested in gold, not just gold and not just NASDAQ and ES. Getting under the EMA. Let's check out ES. Well, right now, the ES high is 6,745. NQ high of the morning session so far is 25,044. Back at that 4 hour support at 25,027 right now. It's got that candle holding above it. Let's see what we get. Hmm. Market look a little strong this morning. You're into the high side. Looks like it's gonna go for the overnight or party high. It's gonna go for the overnight high already. Wow. Market's still ripping. Looks like Q is going for it. Still pushing. On the 3 minute, we're over the 200. We're over VWAP. Hitting the supply level right now at 25,060. So let's see if we can get through this supply zone and we'll push through it. Get us into 25,106. Like NQ is running out of volume right here at 25.069.50, kind of struggling here at the top. Up 100 points, closed half, plus 100, stop limit. 46,580. Great job, Floyd. Dang. Gold's looking a little weak to me. Yes, just trucking along. Just trucking along. Wow, that was it. Huh. I heard that Tesla's bouncing pretty good. What's everybody else looking at this morning? A little bit of a rejection there on NQ now. See if our intraday high for or morning high for NQ is 25,082. Market looking rippy now here into the morning session. Get a nice push on it. Oh, come on. There we go. Dang, look at that. It looks like this thing is just booking now. NQ now pushing 25,107. Congrats, General, on that solid trade right there you got yourself, bro. That's what like Tesla is ripping into the morning session. 111 just got spotted by the bot. All right, let's get our orb set up for NQ real quick. Orb, well, yeah, oh, they're stacked. There we go. Drag that orb right there. So it looks like your orb range for NQ will be 25,093.50 will be your top side. Bottom side of that orb will be 24,988. Pull up the heat map. Close last half the trade for plus 150 points. Congrats, bro. Man, that's solid right there. Well, that's a candle and a half right there on ES. My orb on that. Let's get our orb for that one as well. All right, sorry about that. Wife just gave me a call. She's out this morning. Yeah, shuttling kids around school and everything else, so she's checking on me, see if I'm up and at them. I'm like, yeah, what are you talking about? Market's open, it's time to make some money. All right, ES is high. We've got for the day will be 6,753.75. Bottom side of the ES will be 6,735.75. A little bit of a rejection there on the 15-minute on ES, rejecting the 200 EMA sitting at 6,758.75. Solid play, brother. Solid play. Congrats on that. I'm getting buy signals on NQ now. We've got consumer confidence here coming out just a few minutes. So I didn't include our imbalances for the overnight. Oh my God, look at that move. Man, NQ is ripping to the upside. Jeez. Dang, General. Real green on those calls. I was actually I was looking at some SPY calls as well. But those got away from me already. Yeah, 671s are $1.20 now. They were like 55, 60 cents just minutes ago. Yeah, market was looking good this morning. Here's a breakdown from yesterday. So yesterday would be 25 to 11. Let's see if we get to, let's see what happens when we get to 25 to 11. 25 to 11. That right here. I'm really interested to see what we do there. I wouldn't do that with the options, because if I bought an option prior to market open, I'll pay even more. So that's why I don't buy options in the pre-market. You can get, and there's only a handful of options you can get in the pre-market, and that'd be like QQQ, SPY, SPX, and like I said, going back to what I said originally, I would still be paying a premium to buy the option earlier. That's what makes the morning session with options very much harder. You know, that was one of the main reasons I got into futures, is because of that. You know, the being able to participate in the market outside of the New York Stock Exchange hours. That was something that was really important to me. Yeah, because it's really hard in the open to, you know, because if you're inexperienced, you can overpay for your options, and you know, you'll end up not making as much, or maybe even just breaking even or losing money because you pay too much for them. You know, if you buy a contract when the open interest is too high and it's juiced, yeah, very easy to overpay. Yeah. Oh, there's always somebody willing to overcharge you. So we got the potential home sale numbers coming out, or there's the potential for them to come out, I should say. Oh, I'm hearing that it could be delayed. So we're just not sure yet. Mhm. Wow. You know what? We didn't take a look at the Russell, and I really need to take a look at the Russell. It's up 0.85% for the day. Looking pretty strong here. Ah, gold gold seen a little bit of a resistance at 41.6680. See if we can get over this level. Kind of rejecting now. Hmm. Down, pulling back. Yep. Who's looking at direction, going to request a withdrawal and try and go enjoy the day. No sense sitting in front of my charts all day like yesterday. Happy trading all. Fluent, have a fantastic day, my friend. Thanks for hanging with us. Appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow. You earned it. Hey, cut them then. You know what? Don't think twice. Just do. Don't contemplate it. If that's what you're, yeah. I mean, that's the instinct in you, and that's what you need to be paying attention to. That's how I do it. That's exactly how I do it, bro. You know, like those times that you used to hear me that I would say, "Oh man, I'm glad I cut those." I know you've heard me say that. That's that instance. That's that inner voice in me that tells me, "Oh, I need to cut this." When I feel like that, I just do it. Nasdaq is looking a little bit weak here. You know, I felt to participate in that move there. So like for me, I'm basically waiting. I want to see us either come into the orb or into that 4-hour support. SPX is just not looking strong. The volume is kind of sapped out. About 900 orders on the chain on Nasdaq right now. You can see that the Russell has already put in a red candle. You know, think of it like this: you could cut the XSP if it putters out on you, and you could still sit in the gold trade. You still got a lot of margin in that. A Russell is starting to curl though. And be careful, because you know what? I will be honest with you. If it starts to look weak, I'm about ready to short this. But we are rallying, so kind of pushing. If not, you got 10 of them. Why don't you cut 7? Cut 7 of the position. Leave yourself with 3. You got 3 of those contracts. I mean, that could still equate to a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? We're 5 minutes into the top of the hour. I'm gonna put a short on. My stop is at 169 on NQ. Like I said, I want to see if we can get down into. I want to see if we can get into that 4-hour support here. Yeah, that's my mark right there. So I'm gonna look at take profit at 25,116. Let's see if this works. Got a question that intrigues me. Why trade options when you can trade futures and you don't have to deal with the Greeks? Because I can use less money to make more money, and I can get it instantly. I can do a credit card debit, and I can put it on my credit card like that. I don't have to ask anybody. I don't have to submit anything. I just pull my money out, and I can go to Starbucks, go get myself a coffee, put some gas in my car if I had a gasoline car, you know, stuff like that. And like I said, the real root of the question or the answer is really that I can use less money to make more money. Because this is the only way that I can put $2 into the market, and I can turn that into $200 in a single trade. And it would take a lot more cash, like capital, for me to do that in a futures trade. Even, you know, it's just different different reasons. I use the futures because you know what, there are not. I use the prop on the futures in a mixture. I use a mixture now since I'm here at Blue Sky. I've been adding in my evals and prop accounts as well as live funds. So I know some traders probably might have remembered that I was doing that before. So but that's really why it takes less money to make more money. But I like the mixture because, in all honesty, I feel that you have to trade both of them. I feel that you have to be in kind of both markets because if you want to be a full-time trader, it's and you should be looking at all the market segments. If you want to be a full-time trader and do this for a living, you can't just have your blinders on and just say, oh, I only do one segment of the market. Because when the market is not doing what you want it to do, what do you do then? Like if NQ gets into a real tight range, which, right, that's like 98% of the time, right? 98% of the time that we trade NASDAQ, we're in this tight range that it's super difficult for us to make money, right? You guys are banging your heads against the wall waiting for that trade. So, you'll start to run into issues where you'll have, like, we have a lot of other markets we can explore. As a matter of fact, that's something that me and the team and I have been discussing, is that, how can we entertain you all with market information and knowledge on how to trade, right? But also, what do we do in those other times that the market just gets in a very flat range? Or take for instance, the end of day action. Like if you show up late for work or late to trade because you got whatever else going on, and you get here in that last hour, that last 2 hours of the market, what do you get? You get this tight consolidation that is very difficult to make money. Maybe you get paper cuts more often. I think you could tell by the viewers here that early in the session we have a lot more people, but later we don't. So what do we do in those times? Look at other markets and stuff. So that's kind of why I look at those other segments. Or I want that end of day trade because I can get 1,300%, 1,500%. So think about that. I'm buying a single contract, or I'm buying a contract at $2, and imagine what 1,500% is on that. What 1,500%. So I'm taking a $2 bill and I'm making it into $32. And think of it like this: I get what, 10 of those? I get 10 of those. That's $20. You get $32. You multiply that by 10, and what do you got? You got $320 off of a $20 trade that you took. So that's the apple to oranges of how you can make money on both sides of the market and stuff. Great question though. And I came over from options because I was having a difficult time trading options. But ultimately, the real problem with my trading of options was that I wasn't using a good platform. I was using bad platform. I was using Robinhood, and there's not a real way to manage your trade there. Fantastic. Who took that trade? That was a great short. We got that short right there into the open. Beautiful trade right there. The Greeks are difficult to understand and kind of wrap your head around, though. But then once you start to figure them out and understand how they affect the value of your contracts and stuff, you'll just be blown away. You'll be hungry then, because then you know what you're looking for. Like that became my thing. As I started to get hungry, I was like, well, how do I do X, Y, and Z? And then it was like, okay, like now. Like I know the trade I want, and now it's changed because now I'm able to see what I'm looking for, and now it's like I don't want anything else but what I specifically know is super, that I can make that 1,500% on. That's one reason why I also now I've started looking at cheaper contracts. Now I'm like, well, I don't want to spend $100, $1.25 on a contract. Just to make $25 on it. To me, that's a lot of risk. you know, and then I in turn start looking for cheaper contracts because then it's like, well, no, because if I'm gonna risk money, I want to risk money to make real money. So I'd rather risk a 20 to make $300. That risk to reward, that makes sense to me. Me risking $120 just to make a $20 bill, that seems backwards to me. I should be risking 20 to make the 100. But yeah, we're actually working on some stuff, so keep your ears peeled. We're yeah, we got something that'll be coming. I'm working with the team on it, so we've got all our heads together on it. And the think tank is thinking. Yeah, that was a nice pullback on NQ. Yeah, but the Greeks a little complicated to kind of get wrap your head around, but once you start to kind of understand like how they work, it gets a lot easier. All right, we're 13 minutes after the top of the hour. Hmm. Market's still holding fairly well. What's the Russell looking like? The Russell's giving it up. The Russell's just giving it up. It's already rolled over. It's got it under the EMAs on the two, on the three, on the five. It's probably already trying. Okay, so on the 5 minute, it's already broken below the 9. You've broken below VWAP. You've broken below the 26. And then right now you're sitting down to 200 and ATR support. So, sheesh, there it goes. So is this going to be the pullback? Let's try this. Let's try that right there. We'll see. See if we can scalp one more short out of this. Go back right there. I took that trade with you. Congrats, MJ. Congrats. Gold is actually selling as well. I think NQ is holding here. Mm, come on. Now gold is now selling. It's giving it up. Pushing down at 4,155. I heard that crude oil is having a little bit of a day too. Come on. Ooh, that would have been good. Ooh, that would have been good. Boom. Another beautiful trade. You know, Omar, the other thing also, if you noticed yesterday, I didn't take a lot of NQ trades. I didn't take a lot of NQ trades. I have my days that I can just get a better, we all have our days that we have a better read on the market. So that's also the other reason why sometimes I will trade options, and I'll move over to the other side because I find that I am having a more difficult time reading the market. And that's really important for you guys, for you guys to realize that, you as traders sitting here at the charts day after day, you will begin to realize is that you will start having days that you're like, man, I see it. I went level, I went here, I went from this level to this level. It didn't touch my stop, it hit my take profit. When you have instances like that, take the notes, put that in your journal. That's a super important day to reflect on, because you need to be able to identify what in your mind and according to your charts worked in that manner to allow you to be able to see those levels and for it to be so clear for you. Without you making those notes and being able to reflect on those days, it makes it almost impossible for you to replicate those days, because then you'll forget about it. And this isn't the type of work that you can be forgetful or not remember. You need to remember those things, because that's the market structure that you're learning. Like a lot of traders are trying to figure out what that edge is for themselves. That's what it is for each of us individually, is understanding that market structure, that visually we can identify those levels and we can clearly see where we need to go and execute our trades. So I'm going to enter here. I'm going to, like those other days that you've heard me say right away, I catch it. I'm like, my entry is just bad on this. Or I'll just get out of the trade because I stepped in and I realized that I'm entering in long at the top, or I'm going short at the bottom. That's what that is. That's you, having the insight and now starting to remember those prior trades and those prior market structures that you've either been successful at or you failed at. So having those days that you can say, hey, you know what, maybe today's not the day, switch over to paper. That's what I've done. I'll switch over to paper and I'll start paper trading until I can find my rhythm. To me, I always kind of think of it like that. It's just the rhythm of trading. You get in, you get out. You just like I told General just minutes ago. I said, you have that emotion to get out, then get out. Get out, because you know what? What's the worst that can happen? Think about the results of you taking that trade and executing it when you have that fear that got into you. Oh man, it's looking a little weak here. Oh man, maybe I should take profit. Take profit. You just took profit. You just made money. There's nothing wrong with that. And you can't fault yourself for that. If you get yourself out, I find a lot of times that, some traders will, want to stay in the trade longer. You can't force anything. We can't force this market, because none of us have a bajillion dollars to dump in this thing and send the market in any direction we want. That's just the fact. None of us have the capabilities of swaying the market with our portfolios. At least not that I'm aware of. Maybe Mike might. But he's a different beast in himself. So, I can't compare him. But you know what I'm saying? That's what it is. You got to be able to know when to hold them and when to fold them. I hope you took profit on that, General. If you didn't, I'm going to be mad with you. I'm not timing you out if you didn't take profit on that. Can we catch a bounce here, though? Oof. Man, I should have held that. That could have been so much more money. And I told him, oh my God, dude, I told you I was going to short it. I literally said, you better take profit because I am getting ready to short this. No lie. I didn't say that for my own, well, maybe I did say it for my own benefit, but we should get a bounce here. NQ is sitting at NQ's orb high, which is 25,094. Chihuitas. The other thing about it, General, is that, in that instance, you're gonna get that increased open interest on it. You're gonna get that IV push on it, man. That's why I like to take them when they're at that peak, because what mortifies me, this is what scares me, is that more often than not, this right here can be our high of the day. There's a very high probability that price will not get here. There's a higher probability that price will attempt to get there, but will fail to reach it. In my mind, there's a lot of other traders here. So if somebody else wants to throw in a tidbit on that one, that's how I always think of it. Is that, yeah, I know it's there. That's the target, but most likely in my mind, we will get here probably sooner. You know, if we fail here, come down, sell into the rest of the day. To me, I think we would get most likely here and probably not reach the upper high. That's what would scare me. You know, and then you end up with this hopium that, say, for instance, up here, the contracts were, you know, maybe because of open interest in IV, they could actually be even more valuable than they'll ever be through the whole day session. See that right there? I've seen that happen, and that always concerns me. But market looks like it's pushing back up, found its base. Oh, look at that! That's a nice bounce on RTY. So the Russell catching a nice bid there. Let's take a look at gold. Oof. Be careful if you're in gold. I'll be honest with you. It looks like it could start making a bear flag right here. Yeah, that's kind of scary. We'll see though. Catch a little bit of a bid. Let's see what happens. Blue full Elliott, yellow truncated Elliott. Nice. Gotcha. Yeah, it looks like it, MJ. We'll see though. I I I gotta see gold above 4,175. I'm not interested in gold until it gets above that for like upside. That's kind of where I'm thinking right now. We'll see though. I haven't gotten a sell signal on it though, so you still Gucci on it. Yeah, really interesting. It does look like it wants to go. I did get a buy signal on NQ on the 5 now. I had a sell signal off of that pullback. Yeah, just be careful, General, with those, you know. I mean, it does look pampy, though. I mean, the market does look like it wants to just go since we've gotten back up here. Will the Bulls take it? $41.78 on gold, you think? Let's say less. Oh, wow. We got 1 minute to go for EIS natural gas numbers to drop. Didn't even looked at it. Haven't really even needed to so far in the morning. All right, let's go and take a look at the Russell. I'm going to take a look at crude oil. Crude oil is up 5% for the day, sitting at 61.54 a barrel. Man, something. Man, not much of a move. Again, oil is just the tricky trade. It moves when it wants to, and it's so manipulated with OPECs. And yeah, there's so many hands in the pot on that. It's just not my trade I like. Not my trade that I like. I don't see that at the pump. Yeah. Runner got stopped. Go, go, go. I got stopped on two, got two sniped. Yeah. See, go to ES. You got set sell signal on the 5 on ES. Stop and profits. Ah, sip. All right. All right. All right. I got you. I like that. My husband says, what's gas? London Power Hour. Thank you, General. Yes, we are. We are in the London Power Hour. Let's go. Exactly. You know what? I bought my son a EV BMW a couple of weeks ago, and he loves it. He's super happy with it. He has an electric, and I don't. My wife has a Tesla. I want a Hummer EV. That's what I want. I want the Hummer EV. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm gonna wait for the Hummer EV because that'll buy me about 4 to 5 years. That then I can go get myself my EV. I'm either gonna get myself an EV Rari or an EV Lambo. I either want one or the other, but that's all I want. That's my last car. Can't hear the roar, man. I'm so over the roar. I want that speed. I want that. I love I love loud cars. I'm a car guy. I used to race stuff like that when I was younger. But getting on something and being able to have that sheer speed. I have this little mini bike that I made. I have a 60-volt battery on it. It does about 35 to 40 miles an hour. It is a mini bike. And I sit on it kind of comfortable, and it's just fun. It does sound good. You couldn't be. Are you kidding me? I used to have a 911 Turbo S. It sounded amazing. Have you seen the what is it, the Corvette with 01? I saw one of those at a car meet like 2 weeks ago. It was beautiful. I went to a car meetup on last weekend. My boys invited me out, so F1 and everything, and oh my God, I saw some beautiful cars. I fell in love. I found a couple of cars I literally could not take my eye off of. You know, I'm not the type of person to kind of just, you know, look at something and just be like, kind of like, duh. And I felt like that. I was just like, oh my God. I just couldn't stop. I couldn't stop looking at them and how beautiful they were. 242 on NASDAQ. Yup, NASDAQ. Oh, okay. I should upside target, huh? Yeah, we're still flagging. I mean, you can see that here. It's not like how big this is. You bought for him. Oh, that's sweet. Him in here. Yeah, some beautiful cars. Even saw the Vader. You guys ever seen the Koenigsegg Vader? That thing was ridiculous. It was all carbon fiber. Shh. It was like you rip into the upside. Yeah, some crazy cars. Right? Shh. Coach, someone mentioned CONY for dividends. What do you think? Don't know anything about CONY. I'm not really, I don't really do the dividend stuff. And if I were to do a dividend, it would probably be on something I would probably want to own. So, yeah. It would either be on that or something I'm more familiar with. Oh, look at that rep. Let's go. Send it, yes. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, NQ is moving really nice now. Getting a significant push here. Testing a 4 hour support at 190 now. Yeah. Yeah, it would probably be something I would want to get that I could probably do like the wheel strategy on. You know, that would be something I would look for. But really, I do like to, if I do anything with dividends, if I'm going to buy shares of something, it has to be something I want. It has to be something I want to own. I would never own something that I either don't believe in or would never own. I'm going to try to take a quick scalp on this again. Really countertrend to this, though. Come on. I got an INTC for dimming and they stopped the pain. Oh, yeah, yeah. What a shame. I used to really like, you guys know I've been an IT guy for years. I used to be a big Intel guy. And I was really surprised that, you know, when I started trading and I started looking into companies that I had interest in, and when I came across how bad and poorly Intel was doing, I found that quite shocking. Really surprised me. I expected more. Took a little cut on that short, but maybe I had it choked up too tight. I sure as heck did, didn't I? Oh man, look at that. That short would have paid right there. God. Oh man, that's what I wanted. Jeez. There it goes. I tell you. House Majority Leader Jeffries on long-term stopgap possibility. It's unacceptable. House Majority Leader Jeffries, the law is clear that furlong workers will get back pay. You have to be careful with all that Y dividend tickers. While they pay a high yield, stocks lose value over time. There's lots of videos on YouTube about yield max ETFs. Mm, that is a good point. You do have to be careful with the leverage ETFs. So if that is a leveraged ETF, they do rebalancing on those. So the price can be, like you said, the stock actually can be moving up, and because they rebalance it, you lose money on it. So be careful about that kind of stuff. Those are really made for the if you don't understand the Greeks and they're a little Greek to you, it gives you the capability of using a leveraged share without the Greeks, expiration and stuff. So you could technically hold it longer, but it does make it a little difficult, for you to really do much of anything with it. Well, what is that? Wow, that was a crazy push. Thank you. Hourly harmonic possible. Let's take a look at what you got. That would be so what you're thinking that this is your what? This is probably your one. Okay, let's see, let's get this right. So this is your one right here. This would be what? Your that'd be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that what you're kind of thinking? Maybe. So you'd have zero down here, and then you're thinking that this is your two is right here, and then probably maybe this would be your three right here, right? Kind of like that. And this will be your four for the balance, right? And right here would be your four. Man, I got so much baloney on this chart. It's hard to see with all my support and resistance lines. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that playing out, and just let's get that extension up to the upside. I could definitely see that with that candle that we just got. Yeah, yeah, that is what I see then. Okay, okay. Well, that's a bat though. That's not the Gartley, because the Gartley you'd have four. Wait, no, you'd have 6 points on that, right? You have 5 points on that. You have 5 points on that too. Yeah, because this would be the D on it going out. Let's see. Oh, those off. I got no on my chart already. Getting that push now. Really? Mm, Yeah, I like it. Where's my music? My lo-fi music's not on. Hmm. Nice push though. He's gonna have a slow grind all day then. Oh. Hearing that we might end quantitative tightening in this Fed meeting. Mhm. So it looks like our intraday high on NQ will be 25,198 and a quarter. Rejected that 4-hour support. Market rejecting that level now, though. Mm-mm-mm. We're 4 minutes from the top of the hour. We're about half an hour into the London Power Hour session. So London session is closing out their day here. Thank you coming back in on itself a little here. Come on. Switch over to our news feed. See what news we've got popping up. Been a fairly quiet morning session. Let's go to tickers. See what we got on tickers going on. Beyond Meat. That meme has been running. OBTS, Rigetti. So it looks like some of the quantum chips have been working out all right. Looks like gold. Yeah. Might get some movement on gold, it seems. Oh, man, GLD comms are super juiced up right now. Crazy expensive. All right, let's go back to ES. All right, ES is holding that orb high. Kind of interesting, right? It has not made the same move that NASDAQ has. NASDAQ has had it reach a little bit better move here in the morning session. Market looking a little pampy now. Let's see what it does. Still getting long signals on NQ. Interesting. Drop frames. Man, that's a lot of drop frames on YouTube. You guys in Discord hear me all right? You listen in silence. I had my sound muted all morning. I was wondering why no one was talking. Oh my God, Ted. Oh my goodness. I think I'll end up closing this with no gain. SPX bounce off the top of the 15-minute orb. Yeah, weird. I'm not getting a stable connection over there. All right, now it looks like it is. All right, let's hope that thing holds up. What are you rejecting? Am I long and cute? You know, I took 2 shorts. I took 3 shorts. I got stopped out on the second one. I've just been kind of scalping the range. You know, I missed that initial entry off the push off the 200, so I haven't been able to get into that. So I've been waiting for a decent pullback so I could participate into that kind of position. I think we will see more upside, but it's just a matter of how long is it going to take for that to happen? When you say you're getting long signals, where do you get them from? I've got algos that run, so I'm getting just signals from them because I've got a pretty big library. I don't even know how many I have under my account. Shoot, let's see how many algos I have specifically. Let's see. Yeah, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and I got like 70 different algos I've written over the last few years. Well, those right there are like the last year and a half, and I've got tons of them and stuff. But they're all just constantly recording data. So I just have them running so that they're constantly generating metrics for me, because I can go into my calendar and I can see what their performance was like. Let's see this. Let's see if I can zoom this out a little. This is huge. Why is it so big? So like this one right here, I wrote this one maybe like 2 years ago. I wrote it. Yeah, this one's been running for like 2 years. So like after I've been using them for so long, I just have them as Confluence, and then I have some that, yeah, I've written them. Those are all like my own custom ones that, yeah, they run on TradingView, and then I'm just getting the signals, and I use a third-party application that can do like, it can do a couple of functions. It can copy trade, so it can copy trade across however many accounts I want. I can use it as an actual trading tool. I can use it in Discord, so I can send commands to it, and it'll open and it'll enter and exit trades for me. Or I can have it virtually record trades in the live session. So if I want to see, so like if I want to use raw money and I want to see how the performance of my algo is going to be for like the next 30 days, I can do that. And then in 30 days, I can reflect on whether or not I want to apply it into my strategies and stuff, or into a rotation that, is trading accounts and stuff like that. But in all honesty, algo trading is super hard. It is super hard. And in all honesty, there's kind of like two things that happen with you on algo trading. You're either going to be patient and you're going to let it slow grind. And if you do that, you should do all right. You should be fine. But if you try to be aggressive with it, then you're really hoping for that you have a windfall to where you can have an explosive gain in your portfolio and then manage it. I know one person that got lucky like that, and they never got lucky again like that. They got a couple of accounts up to like 50, 70 grand with algos, and then they were able to just kind of maintain at that point. Because, if you, in all honesty, if you want to run an algo like unrestricted and stuff like that, you got to have like 25 to 50 G's in your account. You have to have a metric ton of money in your account to be able to, just because of the drawdown and stuff. And they're autonomous, there's no reasoning or rationale or nothing. So you're all at the mercy of the algo, unless you're sitting there and you're actually actively trying to, manage the trades and stuff like that. But then if you do that, then you start screwing up the metrics, because that's not the way algos work. Yeah, that's the hard thing about that, is that if you want to do algo trading, most of the other engines there, like even like NinjaTrader, it gives you the virtual, but it won't do live trades on a sim. I think you might be able to. There's a lot of other ones that won't. Can you teach an algo? Yeah, you could do a few different things. You could, with them. The cool thing about that engine there is I can use confluences. So like I can have my algo that might have its own hit rate, but then I can also apply a different algo on top of it. So it becomes like a confluence that, if algo 1 says take a buy, algo 2 has to have a buy signal already in it. It either has to be in a buy, or if it's not, or if it's in a sell, the trade won't happen. So that's something really cool too. It's like Bitcoin might be getting some legs too. Might be showing up to this party. I think he's got a nice bull flag. I'm gonna let this baby go. 9 minutes into the top of the hour. Yeah, Jay, the only reason I've been taking shorts is because I can go long at the top. I have more, I'd rather be at the bottom channel here off the 200. But in all honesty, you can use Claude, Lewis. Claude is free, and it is an awesome algo. Like, it's an awesome coding engine. Now here's the other thing, Lewis. If you have indicators or strategies that you're familiar with, you can get Claude to build indicators off of those for you. Oh yeah, it's way better than ChatGPT. For coding, yes. Because if you're not a coder and you don't know how to troubleshoot your code, it can turn into this like really crazy thing. Bitcoin looks like it wants to rip. It's like wheat stocks even want to rip. They only work in sim? Why did they only work in sim? And what platform? Ninja Trader, right? I think you're a Ninja Trader. I used to have some really good algos for Ninja Trader. I just I just gave up on it and I moved over to TradingView. I really do like using the TradingView indicators and stuff. You should be able to run them in live. You should be able to. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to. I believe it. I wouldn't pay for them though, to be honest with you. You know that? I honestly would not pay for them. I know some traders that have been in this industry for, oh man, 10, 15 years. I know there's one guy, he's been doing this for a long time. And he hits me up every once in a while, like questions about the algos and stuff. But I know that he's even spent like 15 G's on some of his, and he always ends up at the same point. It's just because there's no rationale behind them. There's no thinking, and the indicators can be wrong. It's a difficult one. Whenever I try and lie, I've always had losses. Really? Huh. It's because your fills, right? I bet you the fills are probably what's probably hosing it up. I bet you that mucks it up. That's really interesting though. I've got some. I used to have a bunch of Ninja Traders algos. I'd have to go through all my stuff and look. I had some decent ones that had some, you know, what appeared to be decent success. But yeah, I had better luck with the trading view ones. But in all honesty, it's like I said, you got to use the ones that are like the babies. They don't make a ton of money, but they're just slowly grinding. That's usually like how I would. That's normally how I use those. Mainly in the New York session, and then they're only like just mini micros. And I have them capped. They have max cons that they can do no more than like three, and then I have the account set up for like a max loss on the day. You know, and that's about all you can do on that kind of stuff. Yeah. Well, I'd have to probably download Ninja Trader, but definitely I could help you out. Yeah, just ping me up in the after hours session. I'm more than glad to help you out. I'll take a look at whatever you got, see if we can help you get right and tight. It shouldn't though. They should work though. But also I've noticed that there are like that morning session sometimes they'll work better just because of the liquidity. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, it's got to be your fills then. It probably is the fills that's probably messing it up. Market is getting a little slow here. I'm not digging this. But we are 15 minutes into the top of the hour. We've got 15 minutes left for the London Power Hour. So that's right, friends. Our friends across the pond are almost calling it a day. No, man, why are you doing that? Let's take a look at gold. Yeah. See, I just don't have interest in gold right now. It just doesn't seem like it wants to do what I would want it to do. So I didn't. That's why I'm not in gold today yet. Not in gold today yet. I've actually got some positions in open and Tilray. They had a nice move up this morning. Open is looking a little weak though. And I'm also waiting for my trade on NQ. Dang. Tesla making a high of the day. Take a look at the heat map again. A lot of green on the S&P, a little bit of red inside the finance sector. Coach Matt, I brought that up earlier in the week that finance has been just kind of just not doing anything really good for us. The banks have been hurting, but yeah, no. Healthcare. I was hearing some stuff about healthcare, but nothing really. They got me interested. And Tesla. Let's take a look at Tesla real quick. So hey, look at that! Wow, that's just going for that gap. Woo-wee. Mm. Let's get back over to gold. Missed that whole move on Tesla. Whew. Yes, testing the orb high now. NQ broke below the EMAs on the 2. Let's check on the 3 and see what it's doing now. Hanging on the 26 and the Monday midpoint, which is 25,155. Rugged. Oh, you guys in the rugs. Always. Like almost as bad as RQ. Shorted to zero. Trump pardons Binance founder Shao. He admitted guilt for failing to maintain an effective anti-money laundering program in violation of the Bank Secrecy Act. Huh. Okay. About 6 minutes till the end of the London Power Hour session. Why does my music keep stopping? I don't know about San Antonio, but it's getting a little chilly here in DFW finally. You know what? The temperatures have kind of have dropped. You know what? I don't have to put my AC on in my office, and I'm not putting on the AC in the living room to cool my office. So, yeah. The temperatures are dropping. It's not pool weather anymore. That's for darn sure. It's not pool weather. And October was kind of making me mad. 80s in October. Yeah. Oh man, my Tilray's movie. Oh yes. Let's go. I picked up some Tilray calls. You know, I play the weed stocks. They're pretty volatile. Well, Tilray was at 5 cents a con, so I picked up a few dozens of those. Well, you know, last year was kind of warm too for Halloween. It wasn't a cold Halloween last year. It was kind of warm. Yeah. I was having margaritas at one of my neighbors' house. Pretty cool here in the neighborhood. The neighbors, since we live in a private community, so people just can't come in here. So you know, we get golf carts, and you know, everybody's walking on in the streets and stuff. It takes people forever to get into our neighborhood on Halloween because we actually have a guard at the gate and stuff, and it takes forever on the holidays to get in. So you like holidays, like Halloween and stuff. You know, so they do some pretty cool stuff. They'll do like a hayride in the neighborhood for the kids, and you know, but most of the parents will set up big old spreads in the front yard. They'll have the inflatable screens. There's one neighbor that owns an insurance company down the way, and they'll have a margarita. They'll have a bar set up. They basically will have an adult bar set up, and then they'll have a big old screen and a popcorn maker and stuff, and you know, munchies for the kids and stuff. You know what? It's actually really funny. We don't pay that much a year, but the only thing we get is the guard at the gate, which is fine with us. You know, we got our own pool, so we don't need the neighborhoods like you know what they offer. And even then, it's not great. There's no pool in our neighborhood at all. We've got this big old like pavilion and all this other stuff, but no pool. But then again, most of the houses in my neighborhood do have pools, so which is probably good. Otherwise, we'd be stuck paying for that thing. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I usually get the mini bikes out, and me and my boys will just start cruising around the mini bikes and stuff. And my wife will be in the golf cart and stuff. Shorted XSP. Yes, ma'am. Good luck. I got my morning trades right now, so I was kind of like sitting on hands, trying to figure out what my next plan of action is. Well, I'm up 24% on that Tilray position. Here I was looking at the long side. Hey, but you know what? You know what I love about trading is that you can have two people on opposite sides of the trade and they both can make money. You know, I love that about this in the market. You know, I sit in my trade groups with my friends and they'll be like that and they'll be like, I'm long, I'm short, and we're like, what? Why? Why would you do that to me? GC is range bound. Yeah, it's just ranging. No clear direction. You could even argue the market's doing the same thing though. Nasdaq is still kind of doing the same thing. I mean, we're still in the same range from the opening bell. So we haven't made much movement. NQ 30-minute could break out. It should. We'll see. That's a nice move right there. Let's go. Come on, ES. Bet you NQ has a much better move on it. There you go. It's looking like it. It's looking like it, my friend. Let's check. Okay. Gotta be careful up here. I don't know if we're ready for it though. Looks like a bull flag. Yeah, if you guys have made your money in the morning session, don't forget, we're going into New York lunch. We can get into midday chop here. So, it's a good time to reflect on what gains you've made for the intraday, if you've made any. Hopefully you have. All right, come on. Zero gains. Apple loses EU lawsuit over App Store commissions. Putin says new sanctions are an attempt to put pressure on Russia. I'm glad that he's astute to that. I don't know how much more that guy needs it to be spelled out to him. Putin says no self respecting country ever does anything under pressure. Yeah, more of that Morningside, action that we've seen in the past. Oof. Why is this thing dumping? Dang, you gonna give up the move now? Boo. Good trade to MJ on that. It's because you're so far out the money on the contracts, bro. You know that. You have to be in the money or close to the money to do that kind of stuff, man. The further out you are, you have to take advantage of the IV push unless they're at or in the money. I feel you on that, but that's why, I mentioned it earlier. You know that though. Oh man, you were at the breakout point. Why did you reject that? Again, MJ got that short ride on it. Yes, is holding ore. And Q's got a long way to get to the ore pie though. At a 4 hour support at 171. I'm gonna go get a reload on some rocket fuel, so I'll be right back. Yeah. False breakout. Gross. Dang. Let- Let's get this back to zero, boys. Yeah. Oh man, this is gonna get stopped out on this. I've been holding short for a long time. Dang, Nacho. Just ban him now. Nacho, don't ever say that again. It ripped 20 points. I mean, just remember, if you're shorting it, you're counter trend. You know, we've been in an uptrend. So you can't have that big of a stop on it. Learning the hard way, Riz. Yeah. Man, I'm just trying to break even at this point. A lot of us are. A lot of us are, brother. That is the game. That is the six sadistic game of the market that we all wake up and play every day, man. I tell you, man, trading is tough. I'll say that hardest thing I ever started to do. I'd never done anything this difficult in my life. I've I've dealt with complex problems, you know, back in the day, cleaning viruses out of servers, you know, troubleshooting networks, you know, pretty deep technical stuff. And this truly tested has tested me, you know. It is. It is. It is so much harder than anything else, you know. Unplugged a lot of hardware. Oh man, back in the day, man, plug and play didn't exist. You know, I used to work on computers when you could just plug in devices and that they would work. You'd actually have to use a disk and load the drivers and run configs to get a device to work, you know. It might have been the London settlement. Huh. Over trading. That's a lot of trades, man. It's a lot of trades. You know what I would say is look at your trades and see if you can, what you can do to come out with the same profit, but with less trades. You know, what could you have done? Did you not hold long enough? Did you, you know, enter in at too high of a point? You know, stuff like that. You know, I would those kind of things can help you capture larger gains and the bigger moves. You know, so it's really important that you sit there and kind of analyze, you know, why the rationale, because you need to pick it apart and understand it. You know, what did you visualize that gave you the opinion of that? Oh man, NQ is really pushing now. 25 195. Let's go. That's crazy. See us doing. Finally catching that bid. Sheesh, that push. Thing looks like it just wants to just pop off. 5 minutes away from New York lunch team. this. Should have mortgage rate numbers coming out here shortly, possibly. Okay. Let's hold this. Should zip up to 222. I'm locked out. I'm done. I need to work on my entries to stop over trading. Need to make an appointment with Coach Riz to get some advice. Absolutely, brother. You're always more than welcome to DM me. My DMs are always open. I do recommend it though. You know, Omar, any trader should be doing that. All traders should be doing that. You should have some point in the week that you are going back and reflecting and reviewing what your trade performance has been to identify where your weaknesses are, the time of day that suits you best and you find the best trades, and the day of the week. Because all of those things are super important. You know, this is all about repetition. You know, it's a rinse and repeat. That's what it is. You know, that is the mechanical side to trading, is that when you get to that point that you're just do this, do X, Y, Z, you know. Yep, it is lunchtime, General. It is lunchtime. All right, team. London has been closed out for about 30 minutes now. We're inside of New York lunch now, in about 10 seconds to be exact. So, you know, if you're struggling, having a rough day, go get yourself a water. Go get yourself a cup of coffee. Take a little breather. You know, maybe take a walk in the living room. Walk around the living room. Maybe take a walk in the backyard. Just kind of clear your mind. You know, it really does help. I reflect every day I lose. Oh, man. And that's right. Today is Coach Matt's Blue Sky Lab. That's right, team. So if you all are new listening on YouTube or in Discord, we've got our in-house coach, Matt, that will be offering his live day trading class today. So make sure you guys take advantage of that. Don't forget, we've got our meme contest going on as well. So submit those memes. I know we got some funny folks in here, so drop those memes. Let's get those laughs going. And our Fright to Funded Challenge, team. That's right. Over $1,000 up for grabs. So you got still time left. Winners will be announced November 3rd. My position today should be a meme. Omar, don't worry. Those labs are recorded. Those labs are recorded. Ford selling, huh? VTYX having a day. Don't tell me you shorted 25K. Wrong trades, you and market. Bro, submit that. Submit that. That is gold, bro. Oh my God. You don't know where? What do you mean you don't know where? RQ, can you tell this man where he can submit those memes? Do we do it on social? Man, that's a good point. I don't even know myself. Let's see. Oh, that's amazing. I love it. I love it. I'm gonna steal it. I'm gonna steal it. Yep, I'm gonna say that is a great meme. I like it. What is that? I like it. Nah, man, I shorted ES unfortunately. Ooh. Yeah, I'm in this open call right now that's a little underwater. My Tilray calls are just a little green, 7% up. Had a bigger green candle earlier. Trying to see if we can get back up to 154 on it. Yeah, just like MJ said, gold is not doing anything. Thank you, ripping again. It's going for it. Might just get a nice push here, New York lunch. I'm scalping micro gold longs, doing well. I also have a couple of cheap CLF looking for a pushback up. And some crude oil. Am I reading that right? I'm not gambling. It's called trading options and it's classy. I love it. I love it, MJ. Meme coin trader. I like that. That's funny. Yeah, we're pushing now. Oh, yep. Oh wow. This thing's gonna sell now? Woo! Talk about being wishy-washy. Late clanker. Tell me about it, man. ES just threw a buy signal on the 5. Let's go. We didn't already have a buy signal on that? Jeez. Dang. Market kind of stalling out here. Yes, intraday high 6,769. NQ's high today is 25 226.75. Rejected a 4-hour support. Are you holding up, General? You ready for some New York lunch? I'm ready for some New York lunch. Got myself a little breakfast taco, a little barbacoa. Got some barba. Yeah. I need lunch, but I'd rather eat up some tendies if we could actually push in lunch for the first time in a long time. Some days like today, it's not best to even try to trade anymore, but we trade anyway. You know, if you got days like that in paper trade, there's no sense in risking more capital. I really base it on how my performance is for the day. If I start noticing that I'm just like losing and losing and losing, you guys will hear me. I'll just shut it down. You know, I'll just shut it down because I don't have unlimited money that I can keep depoting into accounts and stuff. Oh, like yesterday, the restarts. Yeah. Gold selling now. Gadoosh. See if it'll be a little bit of a pullback in New York lunch. Stop trying to get my napkin. Stop it with the pullback stuff. Don't put that in the universe. Okay. It looks like we got the pull down. We got the pull down happening. There you go, General. I got bad news for you, though. I got bad news for you. And you don't even want to hear it. If I tell you, you're going to be mad. But it's not even me. Burner account. I don't even have to tell you. You know why? Look who just popped in. Tipped. Resident Bear. See, you know it's bad when Tip shows up. Because you know if he shows up, somebody's shorting America. Oh, oh, excuse me, we're safe. I didn't even know there was a safe word. That was a great movie, man. I love that movie. I gotta lie. Put my stop in the money. Boom. Just took profit on that short. Let's go. Damn. Another solid day on the trading right there. Rejected off that 4 hour support. Easy peasy. You're in striking distance of that 674. Yeah, I see them. They're sitting at 32 cents. I messed up. I could have picked those things up at 16 cents a few. Juice. Mm. I didn't have them on my list to watch, so I totally missed that one. Oof. Oh man, I have to close this. What a turd, man. Mm. Damn. Oof. That's nasty. Those contracts just lost $10. I wish I could have picked those up at 14 cents. I didn't realize that they got that cheap. That was, sheesh. I picked up 10 of those. Imagine that. Scoop them up at 14 cents, ride them all the way into the money. Yeah. All right, there's my New York lunch. Barbacoa annihilated. Be right back and we'll drop this off in the kitchen. Wow. Man, that's sad. You have to throw that on. You have to put that on him, right? It will generally stall and crash in a ball of flames. You give him the hopium and then you swat him back down. Man, I tell you. I'm glad you're my friend, not my enemy. Look at that. open might be catching a bid. Man, I wish Tilray would go. NQ's looking like it. Looking a little pampy here in the session. Move this cons drop down to 36 cents. 29 now. Come on. You can't make this up. The Trump administration is outperforming almost every hedge fund. Every investment is up at least 80%, with two investments nearing 150. This does not include the soon to come quantum computing stocks. Oh yeah, man. I mean, every all those business leaders are all in the White House like almost every day, and then the banks are over there with Trump as well. So they're all just kind of the good old boy system is just center stage for us all to see it, you know? I tell you, I messed up. I should have got into politics. If I would have known that the easy money would be to be a politician, I would have been a politician because you know I can BS all day long. You guys know I can sit here and just blab all day long. You know, no different than a politician. You know, I be I be raking it in. You should tell my son you should be a politician. You got to do it for like 40 years. Man, I don't know if I've been talking a long time as it is. Look what they did to California, bro. Man, make taco make Taco Tuesday a national holiday. Hey, all I want to do is some insider trading. You know, that's all I want to do. Some good old fashioned insider trading. I'll go chill. I'll go chill with Martha Stewart. Everybody's getting pardons nowadays. Holy moly! Anybody want to look at a crazy ticker? Look at a stock called SOC. It's up like 17% on the day. Had a crazy rip. Just want to get out of my shorts, you know? I'll feel you on that. I'm just trying to make a dollar here, broski. So, man, those out the money call. Man, they're in the money calls up 1,200%. Give me a run. See, somebody always knows. What are you doing? Looking for food? Hey,
I used to work in a compliance role at finance firms where I had access to insider info. MNPI is the term, and we had so many controls in place to prevent employees from acting on that info. It's just incredible to me that nobody cares when it's government employees. It's because the government is corrupt. Regardless of the way you see it, it is very corrupt. You got all these layers of department after department after department. I mean, look at the sheets. They start breaking down like expenditures and stuff like that, government spending. I mean, it's who could go through, five, 5,000 pages of expense reports. How could you accurately go through all that? It's crazy. You better stop. You're trying to bite my mouse pad. Well, guys, we're about 8 minutes past the bottom of the hour. Market's just getting wound up here at 25 to 16. They have us busy fighting amongst ourselves to care what they're doing. Oh, you know what, Tip? You're absolutely right. Everything that's happening here, like with regular people like you and me and stuff, that's all that is. It's just smoke and mirrors to get us to worry about the stuff that's not important, and the stuff that really is important. We're too busy dealing with all this other nonsense and then you have a segment of people like me, they just get disconnected from it all. There, I'm like, I don't even want to. At this point, I really don't care whatever happens. It's just my what I can do is not important because I'm nobody. I'm insignificant in this machine that we're all in. So, I just don't even pay attention. I just hope that things don't get worse. That's where I'm at on it. I'm just like banking money and doing my thing because, it is scary though. Oh, wow. Yeah, you know what? My wife is a patient advocate for Aetna, and she was telling me about like all the programs for there's a bunch of disabled people, and it's really sad. She deals with a lot of folks that are really suffering. They have maybe issues that you know health issues going on. Some of them are all by themselves. She had one patient that he's very sick, and I think he's dealing with cancer, and just he's by himself. He doesn't have any family. His state checks, someone scammed him. They took all his money from his bank. He doesn't have money to pay for his medicine now. It's people getting taken advantage of. It's really, really sad. Well, I think they were saying that this past year, like we've never had the rich getting as rich as they are right now. I think that's what they were saying, that the rich people have accumulated wealth. They've been able to increase their wealth in in percentages that they've never been able to before. I think that's what I was reading.
Yeah.
Well, we know that inflation is sticking now. Damn, 671s are in the money. I was looking at 671s earlier and they just ripped. Said 85 cents. They got all the way down to like 29 cents. They're in the money now. Dang, I knew that was the. Hmm. Oh, Google said today it intends to use electricity from a 400 megawatt power plant in DeCarter, Illinois. Get me in the money, coach. You're making MG. You're making gold is finally coming down. Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. I told you. I told you gold look weak. I was like, I just didn't find interest in it. You know me, I like upside plays, and it just wasn't the upside play for me, you know? I was like, but can we hold this or are we gonna roll over? That's the scary part right here. Oh, excuse me. Yes, making a nice grind up to the upside team. Look at that. It's like 6 feet calls. I thought, oh, those calls are at 44 cents, General. Hey, let's go. Good for you, brother. Get it. $2 out the money right now. Might just get a nice explosive move here, bro. 47 cents out the money.
It's a nasty rejection there at that 4-hour support. 25 228 on NQ. 13 minutes from the end of New York lunch team. Crazy day. Crazy day in the market. A heck of a push, though. Boo. There goes my Tilray and my open calls. Man, I tell you. How's your call doing? Let me go back over. Dang, that thing just dipped. I'm up 75 in gold. Nice. Congrats, MJ. AT&T is like a fire sale for some reason. We're gonna rip. We're gonna get a push up here. Bye, Neil. Have a good day at school. Love you. I'll see you in a little while. This is what I want to be put out in the universe, coach. Rip. Rip? No, man. You're gonna get that move here, bro. Like almost positive you're gonna get it. Come on, do it. Come on, send it in, Q. Nah. You're gonna get a crazy move on this. Trust. You might get an explosive move in it. Yep. Oh, it's gonna go. I just wanted to scalp a few points to the upside, but it's gonna pop. Look at gold. How bad is it? Bear flag. You are done here. Am I? Are we done here? Are we done here? Now we have had some great trades for the morning session, right, guys? Yes, take profit. Congrats. You took that short? Sweet. Come on, NQ, do it. Come on, break out. Do it. Stop limit at 57. Right on. Oh man, I'm just like a point away. Just give it. Boom. Come on. Oh, come on. Do it. Oh man, I hate these fills. Come on. Come on. Boom. There we go. Another fantastic trade team. Let's go. Ka-ching. We got another one, another banger there. Let's go. Come on, squeeze it, baby. Let's go. Hey, I require my. Nice, Mr. Positive. Now, you know what? You could be Mr. Payout now. That's great. Congratulations on that. Awesome. Glad to hear it for you. It's a great feeling. Nothing feels better than that. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I remember my first payout. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that I got my first payout. It felt good. It's amazing. Other two are ready. Sweet. Come on, NQ, break it. Do it. So we got our next resistance at 25, 243. Tesla's ripping to the upside. We get past 25, 242, 25, 300 incoming. I just requested my second of the week. Love daily payouts. Yeah, I love how fast Blue Sky pays out. You know, requested early enough. In some cases you can almost get it that quick. Depends on time of day. There you go. See, and that's a member right there telling you. Thanks, Tech, for that. Requested yesterday and at 10 a.m. Had the funds in my bank before 5 p.m. Psh. At 10K in 3 days, 36 cents out the money. Sweet. I stacked up with QQQ 612 calls. They were like 14 cents. Or like 1 point out 1 point out the money. Let's see. I sold all my calls from yesterday. We're gonna sell. What? Yeah, we got a T-bill auction coming up here shortly. Yeah, we got a bid for a 5 year on that. That's a 1.5 billion. Now in puts for next Friday. Nice. You're crazy. That's good though. I've been thinking about that myself. Like entering in a swing trade like on a Thursday for the following Friday. How has that worked out for you? I don't do a lot of swing trading. Swing trading is not my favorite. Great. It's cool. All right. Or maybe I'll start running some paper swings and see how I like it. All right, Tilray's catching some legs, so is open. Well, better than same day, less risk. No, 200%. Yeah, that's true. Well, I don't know. I mean, you should be able to get some crazy percentages depending on how, if you pick the right trend, you know, I'll take 20 to 30 unless a big drop. Yeah, I prefer a lot of intraday trading. I don't swing that often. Oh, I'm sure it's way less risk. What's Bitcoin doing? Still repping. How's my? Can you believe that? I've been holding this position since Sunday. I haven't had a reason to get out of it. At this point, we'll see going into the weekends. I swing whenever I want. Hard. General, nobody wants to hear about your shortcomings, man. Let's keep the chat PG, bro. Ski. I'm kidding. And now he's gonna tell me that it was PG. It was PG. What do you mean? I knew it. I knew it. I got games on. Hmm. All right, that's good. Hmm. Oh, these are good right here. Yeah. As long as you know what it meant. Yes, I do know. Gold. It's time for gold to go to 41.40 and then 41.30 and then 41.15. Possibly. You gotta break that 200 though. You got the 200 sitting on the 3 minute at 4,140. Caught a little bit of a bounce here. I can't say if traders will, jump out of it like that. Okay. We're a minute away from the end of New York lunch. Satisfied every waitress that ever served me with just a tip. Tim, bro. You got 10 seconds for that. Oh man, that's hilarious. Come on, do it, baby. Let's go. Rep it. Rug time? We're at a resistance area here. Oh, you're shorting it already, Mr. Positive. Gotta pick the surfer guy. Gotta pick the blue guy up. He's over there at the bottom. Can't have him at the bottom. He's gotta be surfing high. I need him to be the other way though, because he's always like in a downward. Like I need to get it. I wish I could rotate him, but I can't rotate his graphic. I can't do any of that. Let's go, NQ. Rip it. Let's go. No, not gonna do it. Dang, come on. Gold, let's go. Yeah, it looks like gold is starting to make that move now. Yeah, generally, it looks like your cons are like $10 up a con. On a good note, we're fairly close to where we started New York lunch. We were at that 4 hour resistance slash support at 25,227, broke slightly above it coming out of New York lunch. So I kind of like it. It's kind of like if we completed the push up, into the upper side rather than changing trend or changing directions. So it looks like it's still holding true to the trend. We'll see though. Yeah. Red candle now, our toast. Let's take a look at NASDAQ. Wow, that's weird. Nvidia, Apple, AVGO. It seems like chips are doing all right. Google making a nice move. Amazon and Tesla really holding the market together now. Hit your stop, you're out. All right, bro. It's still bullish above 222. I think it's gonna fail if it gets there. Come on, NQ, do it. Let's go. Let's push that 25, 248. 6 minutes into the top of the hour. Don't forget, team, we've got Coach Matt coming in later this afternoon for Power Hour. I believe we might even have Market Mamas, Becky, stop in later on. So we'll see if we catch her as well. And don't forget, we've got Coach Matt's live day trading class going on this afternoon after market close. So make sure you stop in for Coach Matt's awesome day trading class. Don't forget, guys, meme contest still going on socials and the Halloween Fright Up Funded Challenge. And of course, as always, we've got those launch plans on sale for $49 and $59. Why use your money when you can use our money to trade? Here we go. Let's get 10 points. Yes.
Dang, you scaled in on that one, huh? Ooh, yes. Oh my goodness. What? What? Oh man, no. What? 22 fail. Oh man, look at that volume kicking in. Is there news? That's a lot of volume to come in there. Oh, okay. I guess we're gonna do that then. Out on gold. Had max profit set. Bummer. It's like that, bro. It'd be like that sometimes. Oh man, all that volume. We didn't have that all day long. We didn't have that all day long. And now they're gonna step in with that kind of nonsense. Round two we'll try. Good luck to you, my friend. Good luck to you. Goes NQ bouncing. See if this holds here. See if we can get back above. Let's see if we can get back to 25,243. We get back above that and it's on. One account done. Nice. Mhm.
Well, General, congrats on that trade. Glad you made some money off of it. I need to make some money. Oh, nice. They knew they were gonna stop me and rip it. I only made $60 today. It happens, bro. It happens. Hey, at least they didn't lose any money. Come on, Tilray. Tilray catching a bid. And keep back at that resistance level at 25,243. I'm still waiting for this thing to break out. The Bears are. Oh, the Bears are doing it. Yep. 60 today, 80 tomorrow, 100 the next day. Compound gains. You got those nuggies. You got a repo operation going on here now as well. I had 400 if I would have just took it when it hit 100% today. Give me both, bro. Give me both. Yeah, I need to make some money by tomorrow myself, so I got some stuff I got to take care of too. And yeah, I'm taking a few hits while I'm, working with the streams and everything. So I've I still haven't recovered everything I've lost. I'm still substantially down, and I got some stuff I really need to take care of. So I'm kind of, you know, I'm pushing. Yeah, it does you a disservice, but if you're a full-time trader and you have bills to pay, it makes it really difficult, because you got to kind of perform, unless you have enough in reserves and stuff. I'll get that. We're gonna rip out of this range. We Gucci.
Wow. Mm. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, General. I feel you on that. Oh, I mean, you have like a year on those contracts, so they're kind of there's really no point in even talking about them, until you're deep in the money and stuff with that much time. You can't really look at them in the same mindset. At least that's how I that's how I look at it myself. Come on, man, let's go. You got us up here. Let's move this thing. Let's rip it, Bulls. Damn. Yeah, the betting tip is he's all skilled into really one position that's really just kind of, you know, not working for him right now. Let's just say that. It's not working for him right now. Oh man, there it goes. I guess so much for that. Market is done with its upward move. Let's see, broke below the EMAs. Here on the 2 minute, looks like the 9 and the 26 are going to converge. So let's just keep an eye on that 9 and see if it rolls under the 26. If it does, and the 26 gets above it, yeah, you'd definitely be looking at shorts. All right, what is Mr. Positive looking at? He's still short in that gold. He's still in that short gold trade. Good luck to you, broski. Make that money. Make that money, honey. Go, go, go. Added. Sweet. Sold a few. Added a few house money now. Sweet. Yeah, my future trades have been good today. My options trades are all red right now, down across all my options trades. Position. Yeah, the market is getting weak now. At the bottom of the hour now. Got about 30 minutes till got an hour and a half till power hour, team. Got an hour and a half till power hour. Could be an M right there being formed on NQ. Still kind of like a little bull flag. Now, I'm surprised we haven't heard anything about the government shutdown. That has been just quiet as can be. Nobody's saying anything either way, whether we're going to rip, dip, or whatever. White House press briefing has started. Trump is having a bilateral meeting with the Japan Prime Minister. Come on, NQ. Get up there. Let's do it. So next Thursday, Trump will be speaking with President Xi in China. Let's gold. Well, just to show we can run without them. Just kidding. Oh man, Bitcoin is ripping. Look at that, popping up at 110,446. NQ also pushing those highs again, trying to get into the intraday high. We're about 10 points away from the intraday high on NQ. Still got a lot of time on this 15-minute candle, so it could get stuck down. Never know. Yeah, I'm long right now. So I'm long on QQQ, I'm long on Open Door, and I'm long on Tilray. So I got Friday calls on Open Door and Tilray, and then I've got 0 DTEs on QQQ, and then let's see how far I am on QQQ right now. I'm 1 point out the money on that QQQ. They're sitting at like 10 cents right now. That's I love me some cheap contracts. They're my favorite. Okay, I'm done for the day. Going to do some work to pay for my trading and gambling habit. I'll see you at the casino, General. NQ is going for it. Yeah, that's why I went with QQQ. That was exactly why I took QQQ. It's 12. If you're trading QQQ, I would be looking at 613.28. It's kind of my target I'd like to see on it. NQ, that puts you at around 25,303 roughly. You're looking for 335? Yeesh, let's go. Send it. Send it, RQ. Send it, my friend. I'm up 13% on my calls now. Let's go. 242 hit. Passed. It's got a long signal on QQQ as well. Let's do it. All right, I'm up 42% on those calls now. Yeah, you know, to tell you. A little late in the day, but hey, we'll take it, right? A little late in the day, but we'll take it. A dub's a dub, team. Oh man, I'm up 70% on these calls now. Hex yes, let's go. Oh, these calls are ripping. They're at the money now. Come on, send it in Q. Let's do it. We're almost up 1% on NASDAQ, team. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it, team. Let's get it. Who's long? Let's see some. Let's see some folks in chat. Who's long in NQ right now? I went in late, but it's okay. All right. Sounds like the meeting with Xi for next Thursday is being received positively by the market. Oh, these bears. Let it go. Just let it go. Why do you fight it? What's up, big fisherman? How you doing, bro? Going to try again, but we'll close and go long if the. Yes, hit a little resistance there at 6,782. I'll be all right. Just keep sending it. I'm gonna put self stop instead. Let's do that. Let's do a market stop. I'm gonna put that right there. Perfect. Got my stop in the money. I don't want to be freaking out about my position, so got my stop in the money. I'll let the market do what it wants. If it wants to get me out, it can get me out. Otherwise, we'll ride it. We'll ride or die, baby. I'm up 70% on this trade now. I'm gonna do this for ace. Diamond hand it. My stop's in the money too. Let's go. Let's go, team. We gotta get above this mark though on ES. Come on, 782. Let's go. Let's push it. Come on, NQ. Let's do it. Send it. I'm up 70% on these calls now. General's gonna be mad. The general dip out already? Yeah, you did. Good. I don't want to hear him in here getting all mad about my trade. Get out of here. Holy moly. You know, what's funny as it may sound, meme stocks are breaking out. GameStop is up 4%, sitting at 23.42. Imagine that. Where are the rest of the meme stocks? Look, I'm in Tilray. You know, I'm in some other memes. Come on, I want some moolah. This is crazy, team. Man, General's cons are like 80 cents right now. And I wish I would have taken that trade on Buttes, but I'll take it in some options. Up 80% now on that call. Oh my god, man, we are really getting that push now. Go NQ, go. Let's do it. NQ pushing $25,275. ES sitting at, not sitting. ES standing up and pushing strong at 6,781 and gold at 4,150. And keep getting ready for CPI. You know what? It probably is. They probably are front running it and loading the boat for it. You know that? I heard that CPI was going to be hot though. You know that? That's what I heard. That's what I'm hearing. Get ahead of it, rip it, and numbers come out bad, and there's a nice sell. Oh, rinse and repeat action. No, Donald Trump didn't call me. Gold stuck. Yes, sir. You probably won't. Now, Mr. Positive, you know, I see you're trading gold. One thing I've noticed really is you don't get real volatile moves on gold unless gold has 0 DTEs and options chain. Just, you know, if you're trading gold in the New York session, it's just something you might want to keep an eye out for. I've noticed that the gold won't move unless the options chain has 0 same day expiration, and today there are not. So my observation of gold now, a good trade should feel boring. Excitement is for gamblers. Yep. Although I do get excited when I make money. Yeah, last thing you want, you know, I think really it's one of those things that, you know, you want to be able to have a clear head to understand what is best for your port, you know, so that you're trading based off of, you know, specific requirements for your account, you know. It's like me when I take my trades, you know, there's always an overall game plan, you know. I'm either making money just because, you know, I'm green for the day, or I'm making up for a loss, and where am I at relative to that? You know, what am I doing? How am I, you know, what is my approach on it? What's up, Nacho? Yes, kind of rejecting that area. Not time yet. Oh, we're almost at the top of the hour. We're 8 minutes from the top of the hour, team. Puts us an hour out from Power Hour. Now, what an exciting day, right? We started off with kind of a interesting morning, got that push, and then going into New York lunch, we just started a rip. And that rip has not stopped. Nacho. You guys are funny. You know, I guess Nacho, we all have those bad weeks, you know, a day, or, you know, you can get into a bad kind of a, you know, bad cycle of trades and stuff like that. I think a solid green week messed me up.
Don't link it here or the bots ban you for self-promotion. Overconfidence for sure got me. You have to be confident in your trades, though. You should be confident in your trades. You should trust what you're doing. You know, that is what this is. It's just like a baseball player. You think a baseball player knows he's going to hit that ball every time he walks up to the mound? He doesn't. But he puts out his best effort and he has faith. Every time he gets on that mound, he has faith. Every time that he steps up to that mound, he's going to hit that ball and he's going to hit a home run, right? You have to have that same mindset. You are your star athlete. So if you don't have confidence in what you're doing, then you need to step back, and then you need to look at what your trade is and figure out, okay, has this trade performed well over the past that I've been paper trading this or back testing this? Otami in the playoffs. Oh man, don't say you're like Otami in the playoffs, dude. Now you got me worried, bro. Be like Wemby. Be like Wemby. You're the rookie looking for that MVP and that championship title. You know, it's all, you know, it's training. You know, we're like athletes in this industry. It's the best way I can put it, because you know what? There's no other kind of sport that you can just kind of get into like this. This isn't a sport, obviously, but you know, think of it there is a lot of competitiveness among other traders, right? And we're always trying to hone our skills and get better. Unlike anything else you'll do, you know, like if you're a coder or if you're, you know, do support or, you know, any other kind of job you're doing, you know, you may kind of become kind of complacent with it, your job, and you know, you just go through the motions every day. But this trading is not like that. Trading is like a constant, it's a constant ongoing training and honing of your skills and getting better and learning not only about the market but also about yourself. You know, it's really cool. I think that trading can definitely make someone a substantially better person. I know that for myself, it's made me like that. You know, I'm the best me right now than I've ever been in my whole life. And it didn't happen until I got into trading. You know, trading really got me to test who I was, test the meat and potatoes of who I am, you know, mentally and physically. It is super hard. But you know what? I could never be an NBA basketball player. And I equate it to that because it's that level of focus. You know, it's like when you look at those athletes that are superstars, right? You look at like Bo Jackson, Deion Sanders, guys like that. What made them star athletes? What was it? It wasn't just big. Yes, they had the skill, but there's one other key element to that. Okay, Born. No, it's showing up, creating opportunity. When you don't show up to work and put the time in, you will never create opportunity. There's only one way to capture opportunity, and it is by being present. And if you're not present, and if you're not putting in the time, you will never, ever have that opportunity. And that's where people failed. You know, that's that barrier between being mediocre and being great. Because are you willing to put in that time and that effort? Are you willing to sacrifice and make the sacrifices you need for that? I think unlike a sport, this is something, you know, I think this is really where if you can master yourself, Mr. Positive, you know, can you master having self-control and controlling yourself? You know, because that's what it really boils down to. There's no team. It's just an I in this
in this industry. So really, it's all up to you, you know. But it's a valid point, though. It is a valid point. What's the hardest part, my friend? You know, I'm an optimist. So, you know, I always give people the benefit of the doubt. And I always have faith that anyone can overcome any obstacle. It's just a matter of them having the resilience and the faith in themselves, you know? And yeah, you're right. The hardest part in trading is not to take a trade. A lot of traders get hung up on that, you know? I always say it, you know, not deciding not to take a trade is a form of market participation. You know, I always say that I'm a hardliner on that. And keep looking a little weak here into the top of the hour. Looks like my Tilray calls are gonna explode. I'm still in my NQ or my QQQ longs. I'm up 99%. Let's go. Yeah, General's definitely not gonna like this trade. He's gonna get mad. Where his calls are at 89 cents, probably a lot more than he sold them for. So difficult, so hard, you know, to know when to fold them. Ooh, that's a sell. Nasty rejection. Ew. Oh man, I'm gonna get stopped out on these. Yep, I just got stopped out. Stopped out on the money, but we'll take it. Stopped out on the money, but we'll take it. Let's see.
No, man, I can't believe I just got stopped out on that position. Just for it to rip it back up. Oh my God. Dang. Okay. Okay. Oh, where's my headsets? Go. Can I get my short on gold or not? What a grind. Yeah, like I said, we're not one of the days I prefer to trade gold. So I haven't been talking about it most of the day. Yes, looks like it's gonna recover. Maybe make that next leg up. We might have a good end of day trade here, boys. If we rip up like this and we go into the close, like in some of these higher areas, we might have a nice little dip right at the bell. And I think I'm gonna get out of this open door. It's not doing anything good for me. No, it looks like it wants to sell.
Dude, I should have just bought puts on open door, it feels like. But the EMAs on NQ are starting to roll over here on the 1. Starting to break below the 9 on the 3. Can't win them all. There will be no recovering, only recession. Oh, you got a nice. Oh, there you go. There's a little drip on it. Let's go. Man, when you get to 750. I shouldn't have bought those. Probably way too far out of the money. Okay, so short. Got it. Not yet. It's not time to short the market yet. Still got that bull flag that's right there. Right at the, right at the bottom of that bull flag. So I definitely wouldn't want to short here. I'm getting what's called a bearish SMT. ES swept previous highs, NQ didn't. Ah, I got you. What could be nice too, this would be really beautiful, is if we get the taking profit, we get some taking profit for this next hour. Will put us into maybe around 25 to 28, around that. See that lines us up with power hour, puts us about 5 minutes there, and then we'll get that nice bounce up. Maybe here, this, and then boop, hit the blue guy on the surfboard. And that'll put us right into the club. Yeah, that's about what I would probably. That's what I would anticipate. Yeah, maybe the trend. We got an hour till power hour. Yeah. Because they'll save the move for the towards the end of the day if they're gonna rip it up. They won't do it right now. It's not the right time. Maybe. I mean, we're sitting on the 9, on the 5. So you got to break below the 9 EMA just to work your way into the lower area. If you want to get to that 250 mark. Hey, Mark, you got that quick, man. Get that screenshot edited. Hey, Mr. Positive, I gotta say one thing. You got a cute little puppy pic.
You like that for Friday? What, the dump into Friday? Maybe. You never know. We'll see what the market gives us. I'll be here tomorrow, so I hope you are. Oh, yeah, they're saying the Tesla is still ripping. All right, what's Tilray doing? Rejecting. My open. I'm gonna go grab myself a little something to drink, so I'll be back in just a sec. Here. Got stopped out on gold. It's a tough one. Like I said, I don't see the, you don't have a clear trend on gold right now. That's the problem. You're trying to figure out you're trying to catch the breakdown on this, and it just hasn't done it yet. This is consolidation price action on it. So be very careful. I'd hate for you to blow your account trying to catch the breakdown, okay? The other thing too is like here on the 3, we haven't broken below the 200. As a matter of fact, to be honest with you, for me as a trader, I would have been taking these longs off of it. Yeah, it's got to clear all that. I mean, the overnight session, it was a resistance level. We've had some support here as well on the 21st. And we've consolidated in this range. You can see it right there. I bet you go to 15 and look like a big old barcode. Yeah. So like really, Right. Yeah, it's kind of like my box I would have it at, you know, for like the range for the day. And if you really stop and look at this, this is actually the 15-minute opening range right here. This little box right here. Let me get rid of this one that I drew. This is actually the 15-minute range right there. You can see it on that candle right there. Boom. And we haven't broken either way on it. So just be careful. You know, the low spot on that to take the short would be a 4,147.60. And if you want to take the upside break on that, that would be 4,166. I wouldn't touch it unless it breaks either one of those directions here for the latter half of the intraday. Hope that helps you out. We do a lot of orb breaks here. We'll see the drop by end of day. Maybe, yeah, possibly. But you do have 0 DTEs tomorrow, so you could have traders that might take positions into gold with the anticipation that tomorrow that they might get a push. So flag. Interesting. I do kind of like this stuff. Not gonna lie. What are you doing? Where are you going? Open starting to catch a bid here. Yeah, like I said, good luck with the trade though. Hope that works out for you. Hope you make some back cash on that. I know you do. I was waiting for you to come back. I even mentioned it. I ended up with those calls. I ended up getting stopped at it like 70% profit. We love you though, General. Look at that. You even got a super hug. Look at that. Archie gave you a super hug, bro. That's not love. I don't know what is. If loving you is wrong, then I don't want to be right. I'm sorry, General. You know what? We all go through it. We all do, bro. Nope, there's no 0 DTEs, so there's no reason to move it. That's, you know, what I always say. There has to be a reason for it to do something, and with no zero DTEs, traders, you know, they won't do much of anything with it. You have to think of it like this: there are very little catalysts for gold, right? There's very little catalyst for gold. That's why I like Coach Matt and myself like it, right? We don't have to worry about politics and things like that. So really, you need to have some kind of catalyst that's going to dump it or convince people that are heavily invested into gold
think that they need to start selling and possibly selling quite aggressive. Yeah, I like trading gold. I love trading gold, but like I said, I only trade gold when there's zero DTEs on futures and on options. I won't trade it any other day since I normally don't see the kind of volume that I would want off of it. Let's see what GLD has for volume, because that's the expired gold shares. Yeah, see, you only have about 14,000 orders on the chain right now. Look at this in the, like yesterday morning. Yesterday there were zero DTEs. You know, you got 500, 200,000, 600,000 orders, 180,000 orders, and you can see as the day goes through, those orders start to dry up towards the latter half of the day. See, you're at the 80,000 orders, 160, 69, 70. You can see how the volume kind of dries up. See, there's 2 p.m. There's your power hour move. And you get that volume increase at 2,000 orders. Another 200,000 orders. You know, so you can see how those orders start to build up. See, morning session, you got 300,000, another 250, and then all of a sudden it dips into 80,000, 67,000, 36, 31, 40, 50, 15,000 orders. So you can see how it starts to just taper down. You need a wide stop limit for wicks. You might, yeah. I'm not trying to convince you what to do either way. I'm just pointing out what drives me to trade it and not trade it, you know. So if it works for you, keep doing it, bro. But you're trading also mini micros on gold, so you know you won't experience as bad of a drop. You know, a lot of other traders like the higher leverage, so they'll go with GC. So that in itself, you know, because I saw your stop, you know, because if you're using that with a mini micro, yeah, $400. You do that with a regular GC con, that's like $4,000. You know, it becomes a very different number. How much did you sell those per con, bro? Man, I have to get out of this. Yeah, tell me about it, man. I got stopped out on my QQQ calls.
Trump says he's opening up the Alaskan open plain to oil and drilling.
And 612. 18 cents. Huh.
At the bottom of the hour now, 30 minutes away from power hour, team.
30 minutes from power hour.
Man, look at your calls, bro. They're up $1. They're solid. Yep. Tonight should be good. RQ. I think tomorrow will be good.
Boo, man, this stupid open position is worthless. Oh, I should have played something that actually would move. About time. Can we move now? Maybe. Oh, man, what a piece of junk. I don't know why I bought this thing. Oh, 36% down on open. That was dumb. Let me get rid of this piece of junk and get my own trade. The market has slowed down. There's a little volume here.
I think you already kind of making a downward move here on the 5. Yes, not so much. Just holding a little bit better. Got 20 minutes till power hour, team. Oh, there goes open door. Oh man, you were holding that EMA. Now you're gonna dump. All right. Here we go. Oh, getting out of it. The heck with that horrible trade. Oh, I'll never trade open again. That was just a waste. Yeah, open door, stupid meme stocks. I took a meme trade. I should know better than that. I should know better than that. I was just expecting with Beyond Meat ripping that it would take a move on the sympathy. But I know better than that. I trade memes. I mean, memes are just we're just asking to lose money. There's so many market makers on the opposite side. They're there to take your money. It's just like what's been happening with Beyond. They're just piling in more and more, just like they did to GME. You might get lucky with pops, but more often than not, you just end up losing your money. Wow. All those are all dead. Nah, I don't want swing trade. So there's no reason for me to wait till Friday. I just ain't gonna trade that BS. I make more money on the other stuff I trade. I was just looking for something else because I missed that morning move on QQQ or XSP, whatever. So I missed that. So I was looking for something else I could capitalize on. And they looked like they were at levels. That's why I took it in Tilray. I've been playing Tilray for like the last week. I've been trying to catch one of those pumps, but everything on those stupid memes is in the morning, like right at the morning. Like you have to like degen into the position. So you almost have to be like kind of like blindly, dumbly buying into it. Like, oh, I'm gonna buy it. I don't ever take trades like that. It's either that or you would have had to get into it at the beginning of the week. Because if you wanted to sit in it, you did at least have to wait, for a few days for it to play out. Now, I'm just only looking for intraday moves. Yeah, it's harder for me because I'm dealing with YouTube chat, I'm dealing with the Discord chat. I've got I got a handful of things that you may not have to deal with, so you get to kind of like just sit there and just deal with your trade and whatever else you might have. So yeah, I just didn't catch it, and I was in a futures trade, so I took a futures. I scalped the morning session with futures. I was waiting for the pullback for me to make a entry on QQQ or XSP. Since I had taken the futures trades, easier to scalp that. So I mean, it's not a bad thing, but my options account is just not where I need it to be. Yeah, tell me about it. It's always a juggling game. So I always say, if you guys are going to trade and stuff like that, you make sure that the time that you have to trade is the time that you can sit there and focus on the chart. You need your eyes on the chart, not thinking about or dealing with other stuff. Do it 5 days a week, brother. Open to close. New York open to New York close. So we will be here tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see you here. Yeah, I know a few friends that, they constantly struggle with that, that they're at work, someone calls them, they step away from their desk and they don't get to manage the trade and they end up losing on it and stuff. I did that in the beginning as well. I went through all that process, I'd be sitting in meetings and not even listening to the meeting because I'd have my phone up and I was just looking at my trade, trying to exit it. I was hearing that they were saying that we might get bigger tax refunds this year because of the tariffs. Did you guys hear anything like that? 10 minutes from the top of the hour, team. We'll move south. Looks like gold is finally maybe making that move. Yeah, Bitcoin rejected 111, 272. Nasty. Sheesh. Little move south, 20 points. Oh, you finally got the break? Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. It looks like it's going now. Yeah, Trump's gonna be speaking about some issue with the cartels and stuff, so doesn't sound like it'll be anything market moving, but nonetheless, just kind of keep in the back burner. Dang. I guess I was in the wrong ETF today. Dixie is making a leg down here. Let's get over to NQ and take a look at it. Welcome to Power Hour, team. Welcome to Power Hour. Last hour of the New York cash session. Currently, we've got, let's see, let's go over the market prices. We've got ES sitting at 6,784, positive 0.7%. Got NQ at 25,273, positive 0.93. Bitcoin at 110,450, 2.72% green for the day. Got gold at 4,151.50, positive 2.31%. Crude oil at 61.68. It is 5.44% green. Got silver at 48.84. It is positive 2.46. We got the Dow at 46,977. It is green 0.42%. Lastly, we've got the Russell at 2,499.1. It is green 1.47 for the day. Again, we are in the last hour of the New York cash session. So good luck to y'all in your trades this afternoon. Let's have a great power hour. Oh, no, Coach Matt must be running a little late today with the kiddos. Hopefully he'll pop in, but I know for sure we do have Coach Matt's awesome trading class coming up this afternoon. So don't forget, you can catch Coach Matt's day trading class this afternoon. We've also got that meme contest still going on social, so make sure you post those memes on socials. And the Halloween Fright to Funded Challenge. That's right, over $1,000 up for grabs. So good luck, traders. Hey, how's it going, Coach Matt? Welcome to the party.
What is up, Coach Riz? How you doing today?
I'm doing good.
How's everybody's trading day going? Okay, great. Where's some others there as well? Riz, I'm going to share my screen, just do a little bit of landscaping. Take a journey on the commodities and the currencies and the ES, and just kind of give an overall technical read here more than anything. Want to give everybody kind of that technical read across the indexes. I call this the market skyline, by the way. I do it every single day. I like to have a general understanding of what's happening across the market. So if you don't mind, Riz, I just shared my screen, guys, if you want to follow as I'm going through the concepts here.
Absolutely.
First and foremost, let's take a look at the ES, the NQ contracts. And guys, a lot of times when we live on intraday charts, we lose context for kind of what's happening on the bigger picture side of the equation. And I feel like this is a really, really, really important moment for the marketplace. And what I mean by that, guys, is the market has developed into a pretty decent pattern as we're going through the very beginning of earnings season. You got after the volatility event from 2 weeks ago, where it just broke every single degree of daily structure, meaning daily support, daily trend, daily pattern. Once that occurred, market didn't really have a daily trend. It certainly had an intraday trend. It certainly has a weekly trend. Weekly trend looks fantastic, by the way. Really good consolidation on that weekly chart. And now you're threatening a breakout. Now, this pattern on the weekly chart is called a high base pattern. A high base pattern is simple consolidation at the top end of a trend. It's very, it can be seen through the lens of corrective retracements in Fibonacci analysis and Elliott wave, but at the end of the day, that's all it really is a high base preparing for a breakout. You come back down to the daily chart here, and you got a neutral trend, but the pattern is very interesting here. You got a cup, and then you got a little bit of a handle here. It's called the cup and handle continuation pattern, and that would suggest the market's getting ready for a breakout. Now, we've been through our catalyst events this week, guys. We've got, Tesla's earnings report. They were not a catalyst event. Doesn't mean Tesla doesn't look good from a technical perspective. I'll talk about that here in a second. but they weren't a catalyst event from a market perspective. They came in at 50 cents on EPS. Expectation was 52 cents. Revenue was up right around, I want to say 17% year over year. That certainly is not good enough to create a growth catalyst, but it didn't mess up anything on the technical landscape here. I'm looking at a potential breakout against the 800 level, and why I like it is you got a multiple time frame breakout. Multiple time frame breakouts have really good scenarios on having the ability to stick that breakout. Now, in my estimation, both the ES and the NQ are hesitating here at overall resistance. This is not a intraday conversation. This is a daily, weekly landscape, market skyline. Understand the environment we're dealing with here. And when you're looking at the NQ here, very, very similar pattern, very, very similar analysis, very similar clean breakout level. You got that right around the 25,390 level. And so markets are obviously waiting on a catalyst. Where can those catalysts come from? Can they come from the economic side of the equation? Of course they can, Ace. There's no doubt about that. And on the economic side of the equation, you do have the CPI report tomorrow. That is certainly a catalyst event. I have discounted, though, Ace, these types of catalyst events during earnings season. Not all the time. CPI is obviously the second most important report to the market next to the labor market numbers. And so CPI is one of those reports that certainly can spark some love. There's no doubt about that on or hate on either side of the ledger. I will suggest that we do have a big time earnings, and it would not be shocking. I definitely expect some volatility tomorrow with CPI, but it wouldn't be shocking to me to see the market kind of still hesitate after a week that we've went through, going into the max 7 week next week, which has like 40-50% of all PS growth comes out of next week's earnings reports. And so one way or the other, I don't feel we're going to be in this pattern very long. I feel like we're going to see a fairly quick resolution to the pattern, either breaking the 20-period moving average as support and thus triggering a little bit of a sell-off down to the 50-period moving average, which is absolutely acting as support on the longer-term side of the equation, or next week when you get FOMC, and FOMC can be that too. I wouldn't say they're the main event. I would say they're about fifth down the radar. I would put every Mag 7 component reporting earnings in front of FOMC. And the reason I say that, there is not one thing the FOMC is going to do next week that I'm surprised at. Not one. And I don't think I'm the only one looking at the FOMC next week saying, yeah, I kind of know what they're going to do. I kind of know what they're going to do in December. And unless that changes the December conversation, which I would be very, very, very surprised on, I kind of have a feeling we know what's in store with the FOMC, but I want to keep it real. They could shock. You know what I mean? Like there's some things happening in the environment. They could shock, but as of right now, I kind of feel like the entire market knows what the FOMC is going to do. Pal talks, market moves, but I would say talk is one thing. We're not in the environment of talk, and I want to be clear on that. We're in the environment of hearing from these companies in the S&P 500 from a real perspective. And that is always going to be more important to me than what somebody says about an environment. What these companies are producing from an EPS perspective, a revenue perspective, and a forward-looking guidance perspective. But that's always going to be the case for me in earnings season. Earnings season, I anchor a lot against earnings season. And so that is the most important. I don't want to discount CPI return tomorrow, and I don't want to discount the Fed next. They're obviously important data points coming into the market. I just feel earnings should be right there with that conversation. Now, when you're looking at the rest of the market here, guys, kind of taking a look at the dollar index, looking at the commodity space as a whole, I kind of feel there's a couple interesting things we need to talk about just to kind of get a preparation. The dollar's not one of them. The dollar's just kind of hesitating here, not doing anything. I don't have a lot of interest in the dollar right now. You got a resistance level at 99.5, and you got an obviously one at 100. But in general, the dollar really hasn't been a big part of the conversation recently. And so I don't want to make it a big part of the conversation if the market's not really kind of focused on it right now. But looking at these pullbacks in gold and looking at the pullbacks in silver is getting a little bit interesting. Gold is shaking off the volatility very, very well over the last couple trading sessions. Now, for me, I don't like this as a swing trade. I will talk about swing trading in the lab. If you guys want to learn a little bit about swing trading, kind of the differences between day trading and swing trading, I am going to be talking about swing trading concepts when we get into the lab later on today. This to me is kind of one of those situations where it's in that tweener zone. It's a good day trade setup in my estimation, but it could also be one of those things that kind of goes from a day trade into a swing trade depending on the path. To me, this is the level right here that the entire market is kind of anchoring on. This pivot point, kind of where we kind of hesitated here earlier this morning. I haven't seen really any weakness so far in the overall pattern development. You got a good potential trend going into that scenario. Horizontal resistance, vertical trend line, putting pressure on that breakout right there. Keep an eye on gold. If you're looking at gold here later on today, if you're looking at gold here tonight, there's going to be a little bit of a challenge here, a little bit of debate as that gets tighter, as this trend line pushes pressure on that resistance level. If you see a break back down, you could see a repeat back down to the lows. If you see a break out, it does open up to about 42.50 and then it works up the ladder a little bit until you start working back up in the highs. I don't mind this type of development when you're talking about a volatility event where the market goes down. And so I'm anchoring right here at the 72 to 75 level on GC. When you come over to the stock market and you look at GLD and other tradable assets, very similar daily intraday formations, but the daily chart needs a little bit work in my estimation when you're looking at GLD. That's why I like GC and a little bit of the day trading to swing trading conversation there. Also keep an eye on silver here. The path here on silver is a little bit more complicated in my estimation than the one you're looking at on gold. But if you're looking at silver, there's a very interesting trend line conversation happening right now. You see that trend line on the intraday side? Resistance, 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 kind of basing here. Silver's trying to get up. I do see this as a day trading environment right there. I do not see this as a swing trading pickup yet. The reason, I don't like the 9 EMA on top of the price action. I just don't. I never will. It will never happen. Anytime price is underneath a 9, I am going to see it through the lens of you got to develop a little bit better or you got to work a little bit lower and give us a reversal. But as of right now, more of a day trader's conversation on the silver side of the equation. A couple other commodities are really picking up here today, guys. Crude oil is having a moment for just a minute. And it's very interesting. Now, on the crude oil side, we did have major news here today, guys. We had major news coming out with regulations coming out on Russian oil. The U.S. is putting restrictions on. It does look like India is going to follow a little bit. And so it's obviously a news-based event here. This is not a technical event. The news is kind of really driving the volatility right now. However, you are now seeing a situation where the technicals are starting to play a little bit more of a role here. I do not believe the technicals played any role in this upward movement in price. It was very news driven. It was fairly quick. When you look at the intradays, really consistent trend. And now as you're getting into that very important 200-day moving average on the daily chart, look at the hesitation here, kind of just dialing it in, not showing any real weakness yet, not showing any particular reversal type situations. On the longer term side of the equation, you're looking at just a simple consolidation. Obviously, when you come down to lower time frames, you're going to see a little bit more of the chop, a little bit more reversal analysis. There is a little bit of a battle playing out on the intraday side right as we start getting into that 200-day moving average right there. And that's one thing that, personally, I'd like to see a little bit more people kind of look at these moving averages on these longer term, charts. And again, I know as day traders, we like to live on these intraday time frames. Sometimes we lose context to what the bigger picture is doing out there. And the bigger picture is there was a reason the crude oil started hesitating. Started hesitating right around 62. That's right around the 200-day moving average. Keep an eye on that. Anything that develops here breaks. You could see some momentum, but there is a little bit of a battle happening at that 200-day moving average as we do navigate that. Now on the copper side of the equation here, guys, HG. I don't know how many of you guys trade copper. I trade FCX when copper's doing great things. I don't trade copper outside of that. But at the end of the day, I think you do need to keep an eye on 515. 518. That's an overall resistance level. And above that resistance level, you really don't start getting into anything too aggressively until you start working up a little bit more. So that is interesting to me as well. Riz, just wanted to take a moment at the top of Power Hour to kind of give a little bit of a lay of the land. I will start doing this every Power Hour, ladies and gentlemen, as we just make sure that we understand that those daily trends, those daily resistance levels, those daily support levels. Hopefully that helped you guys understand kind of how I see the technical environment as we navigate the top ends of the market. You guys enjoy that? If you enjoyed, I'm going to do it daily.
Awesome, Coach Matt. Definitely appreciate that.
Now, back to your regular streaming program here, Riz.
Absolutely.
By the way, who here has never done like any proper swing trading? Oh, swing trading is my first love, guys. Love swing trading. Swing trading 101, doing it in the lab here in about 45 minutes. So definitely come join us in the lab. Our swing trading conversation is not going to be just on futures and commodities, guys. We're talking stock here. We're talking trading options here. Because a lot of swing traders, they don't live on the future side of the equation. A lot of swing traders live in stock and options. So we're going to be talking some stocks here later on today. If you guys have a stock you want to get Coach Matt's take on, bring that stock to the lab and we'll take a look at it. Yeah, Mr. Positive, I like to break down the ones I'm looking at to kind of use as case studies and examples, but I really like you guys to bring stocks too. Bring your favorite stock that you think is a good technical setup, and we'll take a look at it. We'll spend 10, 15 minutes. Let's just call this the last 10 minutes of the lab. That's your time. You have a stock, you have a trade, you have an option, you have a futures, you have a currency, you have whatever you want. That's your time. And if you want to get my rock solid technical take on, bring it then, and we'll take a look at it. Energy transfer? Did you just throw out energy transfer, Mr. Positive? Oh my goodness. One of my favorite dividend paying stocks in the energy space. Yeah, great dividend play in the energy space. Love that stock. I got a lot of experience with energy. Energy transfer actually is on 2 of my longer term watch lists, Mr. Positive. I put out 2 watch lists. Basically, one's the top 25 covered calls in the market, and the other one's the top 25 AI plays in the market. And then I have the top 10 dividend paying covered calls. And Mr. Positive, on my list, the top 10 dividend paying covered calls lives ET. It has a wonderful dividend, doesn't have too much volatility in it. You can really kind of trust covered calls on it. I'm a fan of ET. Well, you can just do it for the dividend. There's nothing wrong with it. Positive. It pays massive. And the covered call does, it depends on the volatility, honestly, with ET. Yeah, I don't blame you on that one, brother. Did you have a tax event? Quarterly. That'll do it. Got called out on a call. Yeah, I'm with you, brother. It's one of those situations like, I got to deal with that now. It's a pause. It's a good, but it's a hassle. Like nobody wants to do it. Like March next year, March 17 next year, you can still sell calls against that. You would just do it in a calendar call instead of a covered call. If you want it, obviously, but you still can. It's called a synthetic call. The longer term call acts like a stock position that you can sell the call option against. And the reason I say you can still do it, because if you just sold the call option without owning a call or without owning a stock, it's called naked and the margin requirement is ridiculous. But if you own a call option, you kind of have yourself covered. Oh, I love cash flow conversations, Mr. Positive. This is fantastic. You made my day. Riz, is ES going to break here?
I think so. Looks like it wants to.
It's not. It hasn't done a thing wrong. It's solid. Right underneath. I think I might go 85. It's a little trade. I haven't done much day trading today. I'm definitely interested in the gold reversal here. But again, if it breaks the trend line, you could see a repeat to the lows. RQ is probably like, yeah, let's short that back. Let's short that back right now.
Yeah, you know our Q.
Playing with market money. I would not buy gold until it breaks the level. Like I have no interest on the long side until it breaks that level I was talking. As of right now. I don't like playing under shorter duration momentum averages. Ace, I anchor a lot on the daily chart, brother. A lot. And because I'm a core swing trader, I do day trading, swing trading, position trading, but swing trading is kind of like my core time frame, and the daily chart means a lot. And to me, the edge on the daily chart isn't there yet, but it's close. Like it's a stone throw. It's not too far away. You should blame the bulls for that. Every time I do it, I blame the bears, so it makes sense.
I blame the Bears
Yeah.
all the time.
It's easy to blame the bears.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of truth to that. The market's built for bulls. Bulls are can be a little bit more reckless. Bears have to be pristine. Either they have to be the big short and take a lot of risk to a lot of return, or they got to be pristine. But when those bears hit, man, feels good sometimes. I would definitely say strategic is the word that comes to my mind too, Tip. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of times where I say, listen, it makes a lot of strategic sense in this environment to have some bear play. You know, talking more on the swing trade position side to offset some of the risk market. I do see when I take a bearish, whereas a lot of times when I take a bull trade, it's just like trade the trend, trade the breakout, play the momentum. By the way, one of my favorite stocks in the market came out today with earnings, Lam Research. Had a beat by 4%. Revenue was up 27%, and they raised guidance by 10 cents on EPS quarter. Not a bad little report out of Lam Research today.
Trump is taking the stage and starting to speak about the cartels.
Yeah, doesn't he have like an announcement he's making right now?
Yeah, he's going to be talking about, I guess, how, I don't know, if we're going to keep going after the cartels on the boats or what.
I don't see them coming off that. Did you see the pardon of the Binance CEO today?
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to sue so he can get his money or whatever. All those people that Trump is pardoning are starting to sue the government for us to expunge their debt, all kinds of just crazy stuff now.
Yeah.
I want a pardon on my debt.
We should just pardon 375 million Americans. Hit the massive
Maybe I
reset
should
button.
petition. Yeah, maybe I should petition for a pardon on my debt. I mean, like, look, you getting everybody else pardons? I just want a pardon on debt. Forgive my
Listen,
debt.
when robots take over every manufacturing job, I promise you all debt will be wiped out.
So you're in the boat as me on that, huh?
I don't think our world's prepared for what's going to happen with automation.
I think that the Industrial Revolution will pale in comparison to what we have coming.
We've never seen anything in human history like what's happening.
Exactly.
Yeah. Elon came out yesterday. Now, Elon probably said this because he had a miss on EPS. He wanted everybody to get focused on automation down the road, but he did come out yesterday and he was like, listen, 5 years from now, there will be no jobs. And I'm like, 5 years? Like 5 years? 5 years from now? I would agree with that. If you're talking manufacturing, I think certain industries will be completely wiped out with the AI automation revolution. And I also believe that UBI will be a thing in our future. And I believe they will tax AI automation and the loss of jobs to create the revenue streams to have a fixed monetary system for UBI. They're going to have to. If not, 70% of Americans are going to be left behind.
Yep, they're already talking about the Amazon warehouses replacing all the workers with the robots now.
100,000, just Amazon. Or was it 500,000? I can't remember what the number was, but it was.
No, I think it's
massive.
100. Yeah, I think it is
Yeah,
100,000.
100,000.
Yeah, people just don't realize how fast and how quickly it's going to go.
Nope. Well, think about it. Once one company does it, Riz, what does the other company have to do to even compete? They have to.
Well, yeah. And if you really look at it, it's already happening across the spectrum. You go to McDonald's, there's already no one at the front. You're already ordering at a terminal. Chipotle already has an automated robotic table that creates the bowls. That's already in the restaurants. So, the initial, integration is already happening.
With the robot to like give me a little bit of extra queso. Does that still work?
Nope.
That's not fair.
They're gonna bring their
Rise
costs down.
up for revolt, ladies and gentlemen.
That's the thing that kind of I wonder. If you start clearing out all these, routine jobs, look at the trashman. The trashman used to be at one point it was 3 guys on a truck, right? You had a driver and you had 2 guys in back. I remember that when I was a kid. Then it turned out to be a driver with 1 person in the back, and then it turned into the driver with Now, an automated robotic, arm apparatus in the back pulling the trash, we already have self-driving cars. When is the next step that, those jobs just start getting replaced?
Riz, we got to make garbage pickup great again.
It's just crazy.
Yeah. I want to ask you guys a question. How many of you agree with Elon that we're in front of massive job disruption from an AI automation perspective? And how many of you disagree with that? I just want to kind of see the lay of the land, kind of where your guys are at. Tip, you're on there.
Yep, I am too.
I am. I don't know how you stop it. I don't know if it's 5 years, but I do know this. Whatever company gets AGI first, it'll happen very quickly after.
Mm-hmm.
AGI comes in a year, or AGI comes in 2 or 5, I don't know. But quantum is not far from that. Uh, 100% ace. AI king, queen, and country. Yeah, Cindy, that's kind of where my head's at. It's like, yeah, I believe it's going to happen, but oftentimes it takes society a little bit longer than that. You know what I mean? Plus, we haven't even started the human revolt against the robot revolution. We haven't even started that conversation yet. So I don't know if it's 5 years, and it takes corporations a long time to get moving in the right direction on that, but or wrong if that's your perspective. But I don't know if it's 5 years, but I do believe it's happening. I do believe we have AGI within 2 years, though. Like 2 years ago, I thought that was going to be by 2030. It's quicker than we thought. I do think it happens in the next couple. There's going to be industries that are needed to, yeah, of course. And AI will create industries we don't even know exist yet that bring jobs. So like there's obviously debate and a conversation. But when we're talking about manufacturing, right? When we're talking about manufacturing, I just don't see how manufacturing doesn't get impacted pretty aggressively. Like in 5 years, I don't see autonomous vehicles dominating. I think humans will have a harder time accepting, but manufacturing, things that happen behind the scenes. The Matrix is absolutely one of the top 5 movies of all time. Now, The Matrix 2, 3, and whatever they did a couple of years ago, different conversation. The Matrix, oh, amazing. I honestly don't like. I've watched it, the second and the third one, enough to. They've grown on me, but they're just not the same. They're just not the same at all. And then the re-up a few years ago was basically the exact same story, just flipped some genders, and it was just like, really, guys, you got no creativity at all. We're not going to expand the conversation. I thought it was a money grab. The original Rush Hour was amazing. The other two, I mean, they were okay. And NQ's tight here.
I actually stepped in on that. I've got 674 puts. Scooped them up for like let's see, I think I got them for 13 cents when I opened them. What 8 cents. I got filled at 8 cents on those. Doing all right. They're up 18 cents now. So I'm up 110% now.
Shh,
don't tell anybody, RQ. Who this?
So, Ace, do you think like a little bit of pullback here on the intraday and the overnight session kind of reset it down to the lows of today? Maybe not the lows of today, but let's say somewhere around 750, call it. Just for the pump going into CPI tomorrow?
Sounds about right.
CPI report is set up to miss, meaning
Correct.
it has a high bar expectation. CPI isn't. Yeah, CPI should get released tomorrow. Now, mind you, we are 9 days removed from when that was supposed to come out, and I don't know if I'd be shocked if they delayed it, but it is supposed to release tomorrow. They do know it. It was supposed to be released 9 days ago. Yeah, they do know. Expectations are 3.1% on the year-over-year number. Core's expectation is 3. Normal CPI is 0.4. Pretty high bar expectations. I expect to. Of course not, Riz.
Thank you, sir.
I got a question, Tip. Are you going to believe the data from the jobs report whenever we get the next one? I think that's where my head's at too, RQ. I don't know if it's about the report. I think it's about what happens on the technical structure after. Yeah, I think we're all on the same. Honestly, couldn't that be said about almost most economic reports? Like, for the market perspective, it's not really what it is. It's about what the market reacts, what the setup is, what the structure is after. He also gets the manufacturing and services data, PMI numbers tomorrow, but most likely second.
Gold breaking down to here at the close.
Yeah, gold broke the trend line.
Yep,
About
there it
10 minutes.
is. Mr. Positive was waiting for that.
It could get some lower prices. Wouldn't be shocked to see another 15-point dump here on gold.
You're out?
Wouldn't be
Don't
shocked
let
to
Ace
see a
find
rebound
out.
low here. Like, my opinion does not turn bullish until a reversal confirms. Ace, cheap golf would have worked too. Like, I would love some cheap golf these days. Yeah, I agree there, Tip. I like use AI platform too for a variety of. Although I think Sam Altman lost his eye on the prize.
Trump is saying that he flew F-1, B-1, or B-1 bombers by Venezuela.
We're bringing our bunker busters to Venezuela now. Is that what we're doing?
I guess so.
Is that all he's talking about? Is the cartel?
Yeah, Bondi's speaking now. He already stopped.
Okay.
Don't forget, we've got earnings for Intel and Ford tonight. No 12 EMA, then use the 15 as a backup and the 12 in case that fails. Okay. Do you even EMA? Do you VWAP?
I personally am a 5913 EMA guy. Throwing it out there. $13.48 and 200.
Oof. Gonna bounce off the 200 here, or we're gonna continue to sell into the imbalances? Tesla ripping to the upside.
Tesla. Have you guys looked at the weekly chart on Tesla? You close above 450. This will be the first weekly close above 450, and it's got a massive multiple time frame. It's not clean. It's got some dirty wicks above that level, but I definitely see the 450 level as the last. And Ace, I see the 450 level as the last level before we do dance that very, 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 very 500.
Mm-hmm.
I would certainly agree with 500 important level.
Doesn't look like it's gonna pop. Kind of break that 200 though on NQ though. Bears are fair and just Riz.
Huh. Bears are fair, huh? Fair and just, calm and patient, never complain. I agree. The ones that are in hibernation, they are just that.
1 minute for the imbalances. Wonder if Tesla's gonna pop with the imbalances.
It's had a really good recovery throughout the entire day.
Mm-hmm.
I usually don't trade about 2 days after, though. Like
Oh,
for me,
really?
that's yeah.
Yes.
There's a lot of
Yes.
volatility that happens on earnings. I like to give it a couple days to kind of get dialed in.
Oh my God, this is huge.
ES pulling back, NQ pulling
Oh
back.
my God. I'm up 543%.
Dude, it wants to come down lower.
Come on. Come on, just keep selling it. Just push it down.
I think Riz's puts are expiring today, aren't they, Riz?
Yeah, they expire in about 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Come on. Don't bounce it. Oh, that's if you use Robinhood. If you're using Robinhood, you're gonna be on that. You know, if you really want to trade Mr. Positive, I definitely suggest moving to a different broker. You know, I was having a lot of problems with my trades and managing my stop limits. Oh, okay, interactive brokers, even better. You're solid then. They make you close at 15 minutes before. Oh, you know why? Because I'm using XSP. That's why. Yeah, it's pretty much why it's like that for me.
Does anybody here like trading with Robinhood? I am full transparency. I've never traded with Robinhood. I've been a thinkorswim guy for a very, very long time. Is it as bad as I hear? Because I hear from a lot of people that it's bad. But
It's
I like
terrible.
I said, I've never traded on it.
Worse than terrible. The stops and the stop limits aren't even real stops. It's really just so weird. Even with their new advanced platform to manage your contracts, I mean it's comical, you know. It's yeah.
Did you just tell me I can't trust a stop?
And not on that platform.
Like a stop doesn't trigger market or limits? Like in every other platform?
Yeah, no, it's like you have to have a trigger and then the stop. It's so weird. To me, it's not
A stop is a
intuitive.
trigger. That's what a
Well,
stop order is. It is a trigger.
but there's a second one, so you have to have a trigger to then enable the stop, and you have to have that stop, that trigger before your stop. It is so weird. So you have to be. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just saying that seems a little weird, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense.
So what I'm hearing, Riz, is they didn't build Robinhood for people like you and me.
No, not at all. It's not made for professional traders.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
If if you're a swing trader and just looking for a simplistic approach to trading,
Like it's
perfect
fine.
platform.
Like
It does everything it needs. But if you're an intraday trader and looking to have a little bit more control over your orders and management of your orders, not the platform for you. Definitely not.
Yep. I wanted to fight the CEO of Robinhood when even before Dumb Money. I thought he had some extremely dumb comments along the way, especially when they were going through some of their, shall we say, growth mode, shall we say. I also thought Dumb Money was a very good movie. And I didn't have a lot of high expectations going into it, but I thought it was a good movie. RQ, I tried to be political in my commentary. I was infuriated. Lack of common sense, lack of understanding the environment, lack of understanding the people they impacted, lack of care. Yes. Lack of integrity, lack of humanity. Yes. All of the above. Good point. Ace, good question. They made Gladiator 2 and forgot that part of the story. On GC, again, I'm going to be patient here because I do think it takes a little bit of time to shake off volatility like that. But I don't think 2 dojis in a row is a negative sign to wipe that off. Like, I would love it a little bit. Honestly, I'd love it a little bit deeper to entertain other aspects of gold, but like I'm ready to pounce when it hits that 75 level. And if it works lower, I will entertain a reversal down to the low point. As of right now, I have no bullish opinion until it breaks the top, unless it works to the bottom and gives me a beautiful pivot at that low point around the 28 level, 40.28. I'll play the edges here, not in the middle. You, me, both. Like 30. I start getting a big opinion around 3,900 Ace. Like I don't have a strong opinion. If I do, I would say it, but I don't. I have a strong opinion at around 3,900, and deeper I will, put a couple kids.
And thanks again, traders, for joining us today in the New York cash session. We're a minute away from closing. What a crazy day in the market. Hope you all had a good one. Don't forget about our launch plans on sale for $49 and $59, as well as Coach Matt's live day trading class happening this afternoon right now after market close. So jump in the Discord and join all of our great instructor there for his informative class. They'll be here at the end of the day. So hope to see you all in there. Hope you guys had a great trading day and made money. Don't forget about the Fright to Fest contest with over $1,000 up for grabs, and that meme contest. So again, thank you, traders. Hope you all had a great day, and I will catch you guys in the morning session. Again, thank you all. As always, good luck in the market, and we will see you all tomorrow. And ding, 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 there's our bell. Thank you, traders. Have a great one.